Hello, I'm Chelsea Goodwin. I am a local goth radio and horror host, and you, of course, are Jeremy Palco. We're not worthy. We're not worthy.
Please, please. How are you?
So, I suppose we should probably start with you talking a bit about your role on Walking Dead, since that's what we hear the most about in these pods, and then I'd like you to talk, just a little bit about your career and what you do generally.
Okay, we can do that. Start with The Walking Dead. Obviously, kind of a life changer in the career, but was on that for about 3 seasons. Had about 7 episodes under my belt. I played Andy on the show, and yeah, it was quite the experience. And people tend to gravitate towards that project for sure because it's got a little bit of a following. I've been told. So actually, I've experienced some of that following, which is kind of cool. But yeah, Walking Dead is definitely a great show to have been on. Spoiler alert: I died in season 8, so don't expect to see me after that.
Do you get the whole thing with women fainting in the parking lot when you go to the grocery store, that sort of thing?
All the time. No,
yeah, I can see how that might happen.
I don't think it's ever once happened. No, it's always nice to go to Comic-Con and stuff and to be out with the Walking Dead fans and stuff, but nothing too crazy in the personal life. So
I was reading over your resume in preparation for this. I saw you were in Sleepy Hollow.
I was in Sleepy Hollow. Yeah, I played a construction worker named McGrady, if I remember correctly. Yeah, and that was an interesting shoot. I was in Orlando at the time, and I had to drive to North Carolina overnight, which was about 10 hours. And when I got to set, I didn't know if I was going to be there one day or 7 days, so I packed for 7, and they wound up killing me in the second scene. So, spoiler alert.
Yeah, one of my friends told me that you're close to some sort of a record for playing a corpus delicti.
I'm going for the record. I'm going for the Sean Bean of acting deaths. Actually, ironically enough, I was watching Bear Grylls or something like that, and Danny Trejo was on there, the actor, and he actually has the Guinness record at like 68 deaths on screen. So it's a goal.
Can I put you on the spot?
Sure.
Okay, unplanned improv. Just sitting there where you are. Would you die for us? You know what I mean.
Got me.
Splendid.
That won't get you cast anytime soon, but
hey, I've died on stage a lot, but that's a different story entirely.
Yeah.
So, how did you get started? I mean, did you wake up one morning and say, I want to be an actor, or did things just kind of happen? Or?
I mean, I think ever since I was a kid, I, thoroughly enjoyed movies. Like I lived by movies. I watched movies, and I wanted to be in movies, but I didn't think that was actually possible coming from, I was living in Puyallup, Washington, went to Seattle, University of Washington, Seattle, and that's when I kind of got my first taste of theater. I just kind of tried it. I was like, this could be fun, and I actually wound up just falling in love with it like immediately. After college, I went and worked for the Disney cruise ships for a while, kind of going around the Caribbean.
What was that like? That sounds like fun.
It was when I accepted the role on the ship, I didn't quite know what it meant. It said entertainment host, and I thought that meant I was going to be like, escorting people around, kind of VIP stuff. But early on, I realized I'm going to be on stage dancing like a pirate, singing, dancing, all that fun stuff, hosting game shows for kids, and I really kind of got a taste for the spotlight, if you will, and being.
So I take it this cruise was Pirates of the Caribbean theme, since you were in the Caribbean, and you.
Yeah, it was Disney. I was on the Disney Wonder and the Disney Magic for anybody out there who cruises. But when I left the ships, no pun intended, washed up in Orlando, and started working with the theme parks a little bit. I worked for Universal Studios, on stage and backstage. Found an agent and just kind of went from there. Started going to auditions and learning the game. And I mean, it's been a long road, but yeah, that's how I kind of got my start. So that was about 15 years ago. And now I'm now living in Atlanta, Georgia, and still pursuing it.
So, did you have a particularly affinity for horror, or did you just sort of drift into horror?
I kind of drifted into it. Actually, like growing up, I never liked any of the horror genre pieces. The Michael Jackson Thriller kind of scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. And when I started working for Universal Studios, actually, the shows I did was called the Bill and Ted Show. It was a Halloween Horror Nights special show. Great show with hunts and stuff. But, that got me into like the Halloween aspect, and always houses based off of horror movies, and so I kind of got over the phobia of haunted houses for sure. But I started to enjoy the horror aspect more, and the more projects I worked on that had those kind of elements to it, made it more fun. When I watch it now on TV, I kind of think of the production side more than the shock value.
And a fellow by the name of David Chicken Dance is asking me to ask you if you direct, and if you would like to do some directing if you're not already.
I absolutely would. I'm actually working on a couple of shorts right now with some of my friends who have the equipment, and I started dabbling writing. I wrote my first full-length feature, and hopefully things are in motion to get that made. But yeah, eventually I'd like to absolutely direct.
And I have a Walking Dead question. I have to admit I was not a regular viewer. I saw it sporadically.
Yeah.
That's not a reflection on you. I started before your character arrived and probably dropped out before then it happens.
Yeah.
But so my question is, does Walking Dead, when you were on, is there a makeup department, or do they just tell you don't bathe for a couple of weeks and then come do your shoot on the show, or how does that work?
They have a great team of makeup, special effects, all those things. But I do recall when I was shooting, they had me in a couple layers, and shooting in the backwoods of Georgia gets really hot. And eventually they go around, they spray kind of water and oil on certain actors to make them look sweaty. But they kept skipping over me. I kind of naturally just looked sweaty and gross. So, yeah, the elements can really just take over and make it natural. But, yeah, they have a great team of everybody. So.
I know how the business works in that you can't always talk about what you're doing next, but are you doing something next that you can drop a hint or two about?
I just finished up. I was working with Tyler Perry a bit on a project called Ruthless. But other than that, I just finished up on a show called Tales on BET, and man, got a lot of auditions last week. Great to see things kind of popping back in. So hopefully things on the horizon.
I imagine COVID must have set things back like it did for everybody.
Yeah, I was actually on a project last year, and they cut my scene completely because it was in fact a crowd scene, and they could not, they couldn't have crowds, involved in productions right now. So hold on, you get to see my dog here who's bothering me, wanting to go outside.
Oh, he's adorable. What's his name?
This is Jonesy.
Josie. He looks like he's an American Beagle.
Yeah, he's a beagle, a little bit of a mutt. He just turned 1, but he's been keeping me entertained through quarantine. But he's starting to whine at the door, and I don't like that. Whiner.
He looks so cool. Has he caught the Red Baron yet?
Oh, Snoopy. I love it. Yeah, my dad had a dog named Snoopy growing up. So, yeah, he wanted me to call him Snoopy. But no Red Baron yet.
So let's see. Mark Hoffman wants me to tell you that he loves The Walking Dead.
Awesome, Mark. Thank you. I love it too, now, even more. So.
And I wanted to ask you. We talked about directing. Do you do any writing?
I do write. I actually finished a screenplay. A friend of mine. Hold on. Here comes Gloria. Hey, down. I have, in fact, written a full-length feature script. Finally got it recognized by the Writers Guild of America, which is great. But yeah, absolutely love writing, and I think with quarantine, and everything going down, I think it's a great time to, to write, explore creativity, things like that. So.
And I like to do this to people, especially if they have some level of celebrity. With the cruise ships or the Disney or with the movies, what would you say your most embarrassing moment on screen or on stage was?
Most embarrassing moment on screen or stage. Um, I mean, there was in Florida. We were doing these shows. I was talking about the Bill and Ted show, and I'd actually passed out backstage right before I was supposed to go out. I had this like big old suit on, and it was hot, and it was our seventh show. So yeah, to get wheeled off in it to a hospital, that wasn't particularly embarrassing, but like I sure didn't like it. But I was actually on Vampire Diaries for a couple days, and I remember getting out of my trailer one day, and we were shooting off location, and there was a bunch of fans kind of watching, you know, just kind of snooping around set, which is always fun. But I got out of my trailer, and about 1,000 people start screaming across the street, and I went up to wave, and as I did, I noticed behind me that Ian Somerhalder had just gotten out of his trailer. So it was a little embarrassing to be waving at nobody, but live and learn.
That is something I might know you from. I was a big Vampire Diaries and Originals fan. Who were you in the Vampire Diaries?
Vampire Diaries, I played a guy named Frankie. It was, God, I think it was season 4, but it was when Nina Dobrev's character kind of got her first kill as a vampire. In fact, I was supposed to be her first kill, and then they split the part into 2 parts, and there was another guy who got eaten. But I was essentially the fraternity president at this Halloween bash called the Murder House, and I invite the characters in and tell them about the night's event. Hey, stop.
Now that you've said Frankie and described the scene, I actually remember that. You were quite great in that, and I hope you don't mind, but as with the better an actor you are, the less obvious it's going to be when somebody sees you in your everyday street clothes, which particular part you played, because obviously
Yeah.
you were not very much like Frankie in your personal life, and that's, of course, a um, compliment to your talents as an actor. But
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's weird if you get recognized because I generally don't look like the characters I've ever played. So, I mean, just by putting on the glasses, no one like I go to Comic Cons and no one can tell who I am. So
you mean you have the whole Clark Kent thing going?
I didn't want to say Superman because that's just kind of but yeah, something like that. You put on the glasses and you're just like, who is that guy? So,
I always wondered how that worked. He just takes his glasses off and no, it's only.
I have been at my table. And my manager Stacy could attest to this. We were in New York one time, and there was a guy waiting in line. And so I went out and kind of messed with him and acted like I was a part of the staff. And I told him that Jeremy would be back in 10 minutes. And he stood next to him for 10 minutes talking to him, and he didn't know. And then finally I just went to my booth, and he got a bit of a out of it.
Now that's hilarious. I like that. And somebody tells me they've been watching the Dead and Puppet Master movies.
I don't know what the Puppet Master movies are.
Okay. I'm reading stuff on the screen that people are asking me to ask you about. But, so, what, if anything, is there that you would like to be asked or like to talk about that I haven't asked you about? I want to make sure we do that. I always do that with my radio show too when I'm interviewing somebody.
Maybe my new endeavor. I actually last year started painting. If you see behind me, I've got a few of them on the wall. But out of quarantine boredom, I started painting, and I had a few people, offer to buy a few of them. And since then, I've kind of kept myself busy with painting, and I just did my first art show this week in Atlanta called the Pancakes and Booze Art Show, which was fun. I got to display my work and meet with a bunch of artists from around the area. But Art by Palco is kind of my new adventure next to acting, which is great creatively to not put all the eggs in one basket. It's been really nice to just kind of sit back and enjoy something new that I'm really clearly passionate about. But yeah, if you get bored out there, Art by Palco, I just use that hashtag. So it's it's pretty much on all forms of social media that I use. So if you get bored enough, check it out. Appreciate it.
So if somebody wants to go online and look at a couple of, well, photographs of your paintings, where would you send them?
Artbypalco.square.site. That has
Art.falco.square.
close. Artbypalco.
Art by Falco.
Yeah, artbypalco.square.site has pretty much everything I've been working on in the past year. So yeah,
That's kind of cool. I love it when people who are known as musicians or as writers or as actors also paint, and you see their
definitely.
work. That's always cool.
Yeah, definitely found a newfound respect for art as well. I've gone to a few art museums, and you kind of you get a taste for things now, and you respect things more, knowing where they came from.
So, who are your favorite painters? Would you say,
I mean, I'm not going to claim.
apart from yourself, of
Yeah,
course?
I'm not going to claim to be a connoisseur of it by any means, but have definitely, because I started painting, kind of started researching more. And my girlfriend and I, we went to, the traveling Van Gogh experience that are coming to cities. We went to that, and that was really like immersive and really cool. So he's definitely jumped to the top spot, and just learning about his life, knowing that he, didn't paint until he was 36 years old, and he only painted for 2 years, and he only painted 200 paintings, and I've done like 1,000 in a year. It's kind of humbling and kind of uh, you know fun to learn about. So yeah, that's kind of number one, Van Gogh.
I can definitely respect that. Have you been to Amsterdam or Rotterdam and seen his work?
No, I have not. But definitely planning to take some trips overseas, and I think the older anyone gets, your tastes kind of differ. Instead of wanting to go on vacation and go to the beach and get drinks, I think it'd be awesome to take one of those historical tours and stuff like that. Yeah,
I
definitely.
had that. I apologize. I had that pleasure in the '90s, and it's just indescribable when you actually are looking at the painting rather than a photograph, and you can
Yeah,
actually see those almost violent brushstrokes of
yeah.
his.
It's opened my mind for sure about stuff that I probably didn't care too much for or even respect a few years back. So it's really it's been eye opening.
Do you think you ever might combine those two things, like perhaps play Van Gogh in a project or another artist or anything like that?
Absolutely. I mean, I would love to showcase any sort of talent I think I may have regarding painting on in a form of a role, which would be great. I love seeing actors that actually have, talents and other things and then portray them on TV, So absolutely.
I mean, I wish I could hire you to do a production of Pickman's Model. You would be so wonderful for that. And I ask everybody that I interview this as well. Do you have any particular charities or causes or anything like that you would care to talk about while you have a audience like this?
I mean, my mom volunteers at Make a Wish down in Florida, so I've been a help with that. But forgive me, but there's been a couple causes this year that have been really, people have been struggling clearly because of just the way the world is working right now. I've had a few people reach out, and I've actually donated quite a bit of artwork just for charities and fundraisers. Um, I know my friend Todd. I can't think of his Twitter handle, but he just posted some of the artwork I sent, and but no, I'm open to, obviously, when people I care about approach me and say, hey, can you help out? Can you post this or retweet this? There's always I mean, nowadays, strangers, and there's a bit of hesitancy out there, I think, just because of so many fraudulent scams and everything. But I do my best to give when I can. Absolutely.
So, as you said, you described doing Evil Dead as being career changing. I can see.
Walking Dead. Walking Dead. Two different ventures there. Evil Dead versus Walking Dead. That'd be a good one.
Oh my God, I can't believe I did that. I am so sorry. I meant Walking Dead.
Oh no, no. I worked with Bruce Campbell once, so I respect that.
Tell us about that. That must have been funny.
Burn Notice. I was actually in an episode of Burn Notice, and actually we weren't on screen together, but we were in the the green room together, which was kind of fun. So
And who were you in Burn Notice? I did watch that one regularly.
I play a Coast Guard captain named Captain Hudson, and I was actually out on the water, with the real Coast Guard shooting one of the finales for Burn Notice, and it was a very tense scene, standoff type thing, and man, it was just so cool getting to travel with like the real Coast Guard, and they were firing real guns off the side of the bow, and I just remember everyone getting seasick except for me, so I kind of had my sea legs, which is thanks to the Disney Cruise Line, but
You're lucky. I don't have my sea legs. One of these days, I'm gonna have to turn in these B legs. But you know, that's impressive. So, how did Walking Dead change? What changed? Is it that you get more recognition when you're going about your day-to-day life, or is it? I would imagine more offers would come from being in a hit TV show like that, or
you would think, but that's not necessarily it. I think really, as an actor, it kind of like it instills a bit of confidence in you, knowing that a show of that stature, popularity, and that kind of stamp on culture, if you will, to know that you know you as an actor can be on the same playing field as some of those people that I respect. And it's also great to have on the resume to know when you are being looked at for other projects. They know that hey, he's good enough to be in some of these projects. So it's great to have on the resume and on the reel. And
since Bruce Campbell and I swear it was inadvertent, I did not mean to mix the franchises, but since Bruce Campbell came up, what are some of your favorite movies, and who are some of your favorite actors that made you think this was something you wanted to do, like when you were a kid?
I mean, when I was a kid, it was definitely like Harrison Ford. Like I wanted to be Indiana Jones. Like I loved all his movies. The Fugitive is one of my favorites. And obviously, as time grew, like I still respect a lot of actors I grew up with. But there's so many great actors and actresses out there now that I look at. Now I go to like directors and cinematographers and writers and not just the actors, but like I just finished Peaky Blinders, for instance, and that was a new show, and I really didn't think I was going to like it, but I absolutely loved it. And I found new actors and actresses that I really watched. Yeah, so it's kind of whatever not flavor of the month, but I think that you grow as a your tastes differ and things like that. So
I'm actually glad you brought uh, Peaky Blinders up because that's not a wildly popular show, but it's really a very well made show, and it has
yeah.
some facets, especially if you're an American seeing this side of British life at one point in its history. That's well, I loved Gangs of New York, and it's kind
Yeah,
of got
it's
the
very
same.
along the lines of Gangs of New York. Yeah, it's kind of got that dirty, grimy, but realistic feel of history. Obviously, with the flair of the dramatics, but yeah, great show.
And let's see. You did. Can we just run through it? You keep surprising me with because they didn't prepare me as well as I might have liked. But I remember now the finale of Burn Notice, of course. For one thing, it was the only time when you saw the Sam character in his Navy SEAL uniform
Mm-hmm.
instead of the Hawaiian shirt and all sloppy. It was kind of interesting. And I do now remember the scene with the Coast Guard firing on your ship and all that. You just kind of mentioned the Vampire Diaries. How many other, are there any other shows like that that you were in a kind of smaller role, but
I mean, I've had been lucky enough to have a bunch of these kind of little roles. Um, and as I learned as an actor, these all actors have to know that any role that you're going for, any speaking role is it's not easy to obtain. Let's just say that. So, but no, like I got to work on the middle. ABC show Are We There Yet with Terry Crews and Anthony Anderson was a good one. Um, a couple movies like Never Back Down, the first one and the second one I got a part in. A series a friend of mine created, which is now on Amazon Prime. It's called So Dark, where I play a vampire, a vampire named Sean, who essentially hunts down the bad guys and eats them. So, Jonesy, sit. Dog's acting up.
and you have obviously fans yourself, especially after Walking Dead. What are some things you yourself are a fan of? If that's not a loaded question, it's not meant to be.
No, I mean, plenty of things I'm interested in. Taste kind of changed, but like my directors I like are Spielberg, obviously, like a David Fincher, Christopher Nolan. I like films that aren't like cookie cutter versions of everything else. I love the Inceptions and I just watched Tenet for the first time, which I'm probably gonna have to watch about 5 more times before I understand it. But anything that's outside the box and just one of my
If you've
favorite.
actually figured out the plot line of Tenet, please let me know. I'm still mulling that one over.
Yeah, I got through it once and it was just kind of a shock value, but now I got to go back and rewatch it and see what I can pick up.
I mean, I feel like that one, they hit you with so much stuff, much of which is the what Stephen King calls a gut punch, that
Yeah.
then you have to go back and say, okay, now that I've been through this adrenaline rush, what was the actual story here that we were doing, and why did this happen? And then you start getting the cerebral thing going. I like that. So, another question, I suppose, is do you see yourself creating a show and casting, doing your own cast? Like, are there particular actors or actresses that you particularly enjoy working with because the energy's good and I can do really good work with this person?
Oh, absolutely. Ideas are kind of flowing. I got a few friends here locally in Atlanta that work on commercials and other sets and things like that. And we always get together and talk about short ideas we could do. And I mean, really talented people. So I think that those are very possible if you have the right group. And I think I'm working on that. So. But unfortunately, in this business, unless you've actually made it, all you're doing is talking about it. So, but for now, yeah, things are looking good on that front.
And do you play an instrument, or do you have any musical interests?
I play guitar. I've been playing since I was about 15. Just kind of not professionally. I was in a Blink-182 cover band in college. That's about it. But definitely have a guitar or two in my house at all times, and that's definitely a de-stressor.
Blink 92 covers, that shows some taste.
Old school, man. Old school. So I actually just went to a Green Day concert with my girlfriend this past week. So it was definitely old school. Jonesy, stop. Stop. Puppies.
I love that dog of yours.
Well, now he wants to go outside and chase bunnies, I think.
What? Okay. So, I'm starting to get signals that I should bring this to its conclusion. First, I would like to thank you for being so generous with your time, and and I've completely enjoyed this conversation. I like to have guests on my radio show or like this, and I kid about let's react like it's one of the Beatles type of thing, but I actually enjoy just having conversations with talented people who can do amazing things as you do with the acting and the painting and so on. And thank you again for being so generous with your time. And just before I let you go, again, if I haven't asked a question or given you opportunity to say something that you would want an audience to hear, please let's go out with that.
No, I appreciate being here, and thank you guys for having me. It means a lot to get out there, but no, I mean the world's in a crazy place right now, so I hope everyone's safe and well and taking care of themselves the best way they know how. And yeah, if you want, if you ever want to stay in touch, just follow me on my social media. I run it all. I don't have somebody running it for me, so I like staying in touch with people. I appreciate it.
So it's been absolutely lovely meeting you this way, of course. And I wish you further success, which I sincerely believe is very well deserved. And thank you again for taking the time to do this today.
Well, I appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Okay.
I don't know, maybe 150, 200 commercials.
I see you do a lot in the art department.
Yeah, I've been doing film artwork since, well, my first official credit was in the 70s, late 70s. And then, like I had said off camera, there's a lot of stuff that's not up there that I've done. I've worked on a lot of films. I've done tons of commercials. I probably did, I don't know, maybe 150, 200 commercials and advertising videos and things like that. And then I have a lot of features up there as well.
Mm-hmm. And you've also been like, I see you were in Pete's Dragon.
Yep, when I was a child actor, yeah.
So also, what kind of voice acting do you do? Is it for like cartoons?
I just got done doing voice acting for a couple of films, horror films, and a couple of like mature films, like suspense horror, things in that genre. I don't want to mention the names just yet because they're in production, and contracts are still wet from being signed, and I don't want to step on someone's toes.
Mm-hmm.
But I have done voice work for cartoons and for video games. I did a voice for a game that's coming out called Eternal Wars, and I've done a couple of Marvel and DC motion comic videos. One film called Dagon, which is a fantasy gangster film, which would be like the first of its kind, as odd as it sounds. I do voices for a production company in the United Kingdom. They have a wrestling cartoon, and they have a YouTube cartoon, Geek Speaks, and we're actually doing a film with them based on one of my comic books right now. So, for lack of a better way of putting it, I actually did one of the voices in our own video.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully they'll find a better person than me to do the voices, because I want it to be good. But I had a lot of fun doing that. And we did, aside from those, there's also the upcoming cartoon series called Mr. Carrot Man, very popular in the UK, and I did a couple of voices in that too. So I'm really happy to work with them.
Yeah, I see. You're also a producer. and a director in some of these?
Well, yeah, it's funny when you do artwork or when you do like when you shoot ideas back and forth. Sometimes the titles are a little honorary. For the Mac in Trouble film, which is the one based on my comic book, yeah, I'll be producer and I'll be doing some directing, but those are honorary titles for me. Mostly for me, it's acting and the artwork.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm looking through here and I see a lot of stuff. Earlier, you also mentioned something about doing comic book art. So you do that as well as storyboarding and stuff?
Yeah, I've been basically, I've been a commercial artist for a long time. I've done artwork for a lot of the major companies. I've published my own comics as well. I do a lot of artwork for trading cards and sketch cards. Um, my studio actually releases trading card sets as well. We did one on the Wizard of Oz, and we did one called Sexy Scary Space, which was all based on pulp magazine covers from the 20s to the 50s. Um, Beautiful artwork, used to be considered mature adult. Now, the way things have progressed, I mean, kids could read it, it means nothing. But back then, it was, like the Police Gazette, all the kids have them hidden in the drawers and under the mattress and blah, blah, blah. But we did a set based on that, and we have a new one coming out, which is going to be, I think, is going to have some popular features in it that have never been seen before, based on dinosaurs. And this one is loaded with art. It's a heavy art set, so collectors are going to have a field day with original art sketch cards, and there's relics that are glued to the cards. And there's a special card in the set that I can't mention right now, but it's never been done before, and it's something very unique for collectors.
Mm-hmm.
So look, we filled up a whole 8 minutes. Holy crap! We should just keep rerunning that over and over again. I sounded coherent right there.
Yeah, and I also see that you were a professional wrestler for a while.
Oh yeah, that lasted for a good amount of time. I really enjoyed that. It was in the 80s, and I was always picked on because I was a little kid in school. I got pushed ahead a couple of years in school. So where most kids were in the 7th grade, I was old enough to be in the 4th grade. So I was pushed ahead a couple of years. And so I was always picked on. And when I got to college, I was getting close to being an adult because I still wasn't old enough. And they put me in like the athletic department.
Mm-hmm.
So I tried doing a couple of different sports, and I got interested in doing boxing. It's always good for people to know how to defend themselves, and the workouts are great. And I went ahead and I did that, got into my first match and got very intimate with the canvas because I hugged the floor boy for about maybe 5 minutes. And then after that was over with, I was discovered by a pro wrestler, Dr. Jerry Graham. Him and his brother were literally the most winningest tag team champions in the world. They floated between many different organizations. They were basically like the road warriors of their day. And I got involved with that. I really enjoyed it. I traveled around the country. I got to wrestle at Madison Square Garden. I got to wrestle at the Sportatorium in Dallas. I wrestled in Canada at the Calgary Stampede, which was fantastic, and in Mexico at the Highlight Palace. So that was great. And my stomping grounds was mostly Las Vegas. I would go between California and Las Vegas maybe 30 weeks out of the year. Everything between buses, trains, and the back seat of whatever car I could get my ass in, all the way there. And I had a great time till I got hurt. And then I said, you know what? There's easier ways to make a living by, and that was the end.
And I also see that you were presented with an award for a lifetime achievement in comic books.
Yeah, very unusual setting. Um, it was at the Martial Arts Expo a couple of years back, and the promoter was Cliff Cupper, and him and a popular wrestler named Jimmy Superfly Snuka, who just passed in the past couple of years, presented me with an award. I had done artwork for their film, The Martialist, which was a very insightful, in depth look at martial artists, like current martial artists. There were many different martial artists that had never been seen before, aside from what you would consider your typical Asian/American fare. There were also African Americans, and there were Indians, and on and on and on, that were never featured in films. And it was a very insightful look at them. So I did a lot of work on the film, and I did the artwork for the trading cards. And it had come up that they were doing the Expo in New Jersey. It was a great show. And when I got up there, I did a couple of panels and was interviewed in front of the crowd, and it was a lot of fun. And then I was incredibly surprised the opening night dinner that they presented me with the award. I was very grateful too, because there were a couple of popular comic artists that were in the audience. One of which is a good friend of mine, Paris Cullens, who created the Blue Beetle for DC. Excuse me, the Blue Devil for DC. I just got done working on the Blue Beetle, so I'm sorry, tongue-tied here. But literally, it was a fantastic night. We had a lot of fun that night. But getting the award was a super honor. It really was. I very much enjoyed that event, and very thankful to them for being recognized. You know, it's great to be recognized for anything these days.
Mm-hmm.
So, especially to be recognized not only by peers, but by people in it from a different organization, like a different class of folk, honoring you. It was really nice.
And it seems like you've done like a lot of different stuff. Honestly,
Well, I consider myself an entertainer. You know, I like to get in front of a crowd and, do my bit. That's the thing. Whether it's comics and art, or voice acting, or getting up on stage. I used to do a lot of plays when I was younger. Very much, I just enjoy the whole entertainment bit. I'm 99% ham, so I think that's the best way to describe me. Entertainer, not ham. Okay, remember that.
What do you think was your personal favorite thing out of all these? Is it the voice acting?
Just sitting in front of the TV with chicken wings and root beer count.
I mean, yeah.
I could take an award for that one. I very much enjoy working out of my studio on our personal projects. I don't know if it's my favorite, but I have the most control when it comes to that. I think out of every single thing I ever did, I worked on the '81 movie Heavy Metal, and it was not only my first professional film art job, but it was also like a very exciting time. There was no cell phones, no overnight shipping, no fax machines, no Xerox copiers, none of that. There was no internet. The way that the phones were, it was like to call Canada, which is where I was working. I was in California, and I was working out of a studio in Canada. So it was like $3 for the first minute and 25 cents each additional minute. And whenever we needed to send art, if we mailed it, it would take 2 weeks. But I had to drive to Los Angeles International Airport and buy a ticket on the plane and put the artwork in a satchel and have it fly to Canada just so that they can get it. That was our version of overnight.
As a person, like the satchel you had to buy a plane seat for?
That's right. at the time. They didn't even have cargo prices at that time. Now, obviously, you can, take a satchel and put it on a plane for $50 or $100, whatever it is. And obviously, you can scan your work and send it over the internet free in like 10 seconds. Back
Mhm.
then, it was like a 5-6 hour flight, and we were like, we were so amazed. It was kind of, I laugh because I love Western movies, and you'll watch like the Western movies and they'll be like, oh, you could take a stagecoach from California to New York. It's only 4 weeks. Wow, that's fast. I can't believe that. So I would imagine if you told them back then you'd be soaring through the air for 5 hours, they would have thought you were drunk. But it was a very exciting time because I was a young teenager. They didn't even know how old I was when I started working. So it was when a little bit of trivia, when the movie came out, I wasn't even old enough to go see it in the theater. I actually didn't see the movie until a couple of years later on HBO at 2 in the morning. So there's, no red carpet premiere for me. So
I also see that you do a bunch of comics. Which kind are your favorite? Do you prefer the superhero or the horror or?
well, I think going past what the genre is, I think the thing that I like the most is storytelling.
Mm.
It doesn't matter if it's horror. Uh, a quick example: not all horror needs blood. Not
Mhm.
all westerns need a gunfight. Not all superhero stories need a sidekick. So I really like the storytelling ability. If I had to read something, I prefer traditional superhero. I don't care for the modern, mature girls in tight costumes and questionable morals and on and on and on with the heroes. I kind of find that it's um, at first it was done as a shock. It,
Mhm.
it goes back. I think it goes back to when I was wrestling. We would be on TV and we would do a match, and it would be me and somebody else versus two other stars, I guess, at the time, or names anyway. And then the rest of the show would be, a wrestler versus a wrestler. Sometimes they weren't popular or they were unknown, or maybe they were like, one timers. Then it got to be, oh, tune in next week because we're going to do a steel cage match. Okay. So the steel cage match came along and it was so popular and it was gritty and no one had ever seen it on free TV, on and on and on, because that was the budding of pay-per-views. So they watch it. And then like 3 months goes by and then all of a sudden it's like, well, we're going to do another steel cage match live on TV and blah, blah, blah. Well, everything that they did in comics to shock you started becoming the norm. And
Mhm.
there's no encore. So the comic book covers went from, and I'm only talking about the mainstream, not the small press, like Marvel, DC, Image. I'm talking about, like I said, the mainstream. Um, the comic book covers aren't descriptive. You can't look at it and see a picture of Superman going, stop, you're killing me. And someone else is like, I got this special device.
Mhm.
Now it's all pinup covers. Now it's all a sexy girl to sell the book. And then when you open the book, the cover is not done by the guy, the artwork isn't done by the guy who did the cover. It's just a name. The story is slow moving with no plot, like a
Mhm.
soap opera with no intent, or it's so fast. It's like watching a half-hour show in 5 minutes. They're all like 5-minute reads. When
Mhm.
I was a kid, I'd pore over a comic. I'd read the ads, I'd read the editorials, I would read it sometimes twice in a row. I'd look at the artwork, I'd study it. It was great. There was like half-hour books. Today, they're like 5-minute books. They're quickies.
Mhm.
It's like I don't find it enjoyable. Um, my favorite kind of comic book would have to be the golden age hero stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It was just literally some hero walks up and punches some villain in the face, and there's a fight going on, and you get to see the display of powers, good versus evil. Good didn't always win. Good had to really triumph over evil. Today, it's like, who did you vote for? What is it? What do you look like under that costume? What's your preference? What's your pronouns? What's this? What's that? I'm like, I don't care about that. I might as well stop reading comics and watch CNN.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't care. I don't care. I doubt that a hero and a villain stop fighting in the middle so that they can discuss politics or, whistle at a girl or a guy walking by or whatever. It's just comic books are escapism, and if you can't escape, there's no ism to it. There's nothing. So I also like kids comics a lot too. Archie, Felix the Cat, things like that. Those are very honest in their intent, and the storytelling is great, especially the Disney comics.
Mm-hmm.
They're fantastic. I think Archie and Disney have the best continuity ever. I mean, how'd you like to be in high school for 60 years?
Sometimes, yeah.
Well, if you had Archie's life and you had Betty and Veronica chasing you all the time, I think I would. But
I grew up with I didn't have many comic books growing up. I had two, and there was an Archie one, and then I can't exactly remember what the other one was. It was a free comic book that I got on comic book day. But that Archie book I read almost every day, and I loved it.
There was a lot of that going on, and where that comes from is it's a stream from the way kids used to have baseball cards.
Mm-hmm.
They would open up a pack of baseball cards and they'd be like, "Oh, look, I just got a whoever, Joe Star, and oh, this is great. Oh, look at this special card." So cards are very one-dimensional. You can't read them. There's no ads. It's look, put them in a box or in a page, whatever. You have to have an appreciation for it. Not running them down. It's just like stamps or coins or bottle caps or pogs or anything else that people collect, where there's just like boop, boop, that's it. And kids found amazing ways of having the cards. They would get them autographed. They'd clip them to their bike to make tire noises. They'd flip them the way people pitch pennies. Kids used to line up their baseball cards and roll marbles at them or whatever. They would bet them. They would do heavy trading. It was literally the currency of the day if you were under 13 years old. After a while, those kids grew up and they started teaching their kids, and it led towards watching more sports, playing more sports, becoming more sports minded, on and on and on. And there's no outside influence when it comes to, let's say, a baseball card or a coin or a stamp. It's literally exactly what it is. Boop, boop, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
With a comic, it's a little different because you can read it. I used to read the ads. I used to trace. I used to put silly putty and on the pages and pull it. That might date me a little bit, and things like that. And I used to come up with my own adventures, and I used to do whatever. But then, after a while, it's still so obviously the idea is to keep collecting and keep amassing this giant fortune of books. But today there's like 40 variant covers of the same comic. Then there's sketch covers. Then there's the little chibi covers, the ones that look like kids. And then there's the black and white cover. Someone clever came along and said, "Oh, it's a color me cover." On and on and on. And coincidentally, I was at a show and someone gave me one of the black and white books and asked me to color it in. And they paid me as a commission to color the cover. So I brought my colored pencils and I actually colored in the black and white cover as a commission, which I thought was odd. and I donated the money to charity because I got to tell you, I'm not greedy, and I felt guilty. But that's the, because I mean, hell, it's just like baseball players. You argue with them because you say, how many millions of dollars do you make for playing a kid's game? Well, how much money did I make for coloring, with crayons and whatever, colored pencils? So I you know felt guilty. But it's comics, to me, mainstream comics have lost their flair. And I remember going to 7-Eleven and doing the spinner rack and finding all the comics that I wanted, and going to the market and finding them, going to garage sales and finding them. Dollar bins today, where I went to nickel bins when I was a kid. So, but that's basically what it is for me. I just like the storytelling aspect. I could come into something in the middle, and as long as it's got a good story, I'm okay with that.
Oh, I think that comic books throughout the years have changed a lot within the styles, what catches the audience's eye. I'm not a huge fan of the different covers for the same comic book thing.
Yeah.
That's always been something that's upset me whenever I think, oh, I just got a new comic book for $5 and it's just the same thing I already have. So I think that comic books are going to change a lot. I also kind of wish they were longer. I wish there was more to read.
Well, I always tell people, if you're a publisher, like a small press publisher, and you're interested in, like, if you're interested in putting out your comics, you'll wear out your welcome and you'll overtax yourself if you're just going to make single issues. You're not going to go past 32 pages because of the printing costs, and you're going to spend a ton of money. You're probably going to do an Indiegogo or Kickstarter. The market is flooded with those. Like my friend says, he's a marketing expert. He says everybody's trading the same dollar. You go on and you run a Kickstarter, and someone invests $1 in you, and then you see a book you like and you invest $1 in them, and then everyone's saying, can you share mine? And they're all investing $1, getting $1, giving $1. It's the same dollar back and forth. The best thing to do is compile all of your work and make like a graphic novel or something larger format. Those last on the shelves longer. In bookstores, most comic books only last about a month or two on the racks, if even. Graphic novels, trade paperbacks. Quick story, but I went to BAM, Books A Million, and the chain, and I went there, and they had graphic novels from like 10 years ago still on the shelf at prices. Sometimes they were discounted a bit, sometimes they were full price, like Watchmen, and like Batman the Killing Joke, Long Halloween, things like that, were good prices. They might have different covers, they might have anniversaries, blah, blah, blah. But the bottom line was they last for a very long time on the shelf. So, and that's the interesting thing when it comes to something like that, is they're longer reads. You're keeping, you're having like a trade paperback. You've got like 5-6 issues in one. You've got the whole arc there. It's like the way people are binge watching television shows. You get up there, it's like, oh my God, they just put up The Mandalorian. Oh, I'm going to watch all 12 in one day. That kind of. So it's a longer read. You're getting more bang for your buck. So instead of buying, 4 books for $5 each, you're getting all 4 books in one volume for maybe 13. I think that's really the better way to go, and it's a cleaner way to invest these days. Buying the older books, the singles that they had back then, that's more of an investment unless you really like that work. But which I do. I collect a lot of the old stuff. I don't care for the newer stuff. So.
Well, thank you so much for coming on and talking about all of your work.
No, my pleasure.
It was very interesting. You've definitely done a lot of different stuff.
Well, I call myself a jackass of all trades. So I just, like I said, I'm an entertainer and I've done a lot of stuff, so I enjoy doing it.
Well, we'd love to have you back.
Anytime.
Thank
I'm
you
always
so
here,
much.
always in my dirty studio here. I'm always around.
Have a great day.
You too. See you later. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. How are you? I'm MG Martin. I think we're waiting just for the panel to get started here. I didn't expect to go live, but here I am. So we're Mercy and Vengeance, and I'm waiting for a few more participants. Rob, do you know where everyone else is? Good morning, Chelsea.
Good morning, MG.
How are you today?
Oh, all right. It's a Saturday morning. I was trying to find the wakey bakey reiki, but then I gave up.
Well, I watched my Bugs Bunny cartoons today, so I'm all set.
So we
We're
expect
waiting
from
for,
a happy ending.
we're waiting for a few more panelists to arrive.
What panel are we in anyway?
This is Mercy and Vengeance. At least
Mercy,
Mercy or Vengeance.
mercy or vengeance.
Mercy or Vengeance.
And what is that when it's at home?
You don't know, I'm a participant. I'm not the host.
Ah,
So I'm just looking.
just prevails is in Florida, which would be a 74 movie. Powerful scene. It's worthy of, it's Tarantino worthy.
Mm-hmm.
And it's in this like early 19th century classic, and I just find that amazing. It was like Dumas was doing splatterpunk in the 1840s.
To tell you my age, I would have said it was Peckinpah worthy and not Tarantino. But so I am of an age as well. 24.
Oh, Buddy Sam would have been a good choice.
Yeah. You know, Dumas, and we're getting off topic here, but I find Dumas to be a fascinating writer because his style is so casual in the sense that you get, but so immersive. So you get a sense that you are in the French court, that you understand the machinations, that you're, in the halls of Versailles when you're, reading the Musketeers trilogy. And I think it's what's powerful of Dumas is you get the sense that these things actually did happen the way that he presents them.
And there's another situation where, well, it's true, I read Dumas' book. To me, Robespierre will always be Vincent Price. Lady de Winter will always be Angela Lansbury, and D'Artagnan will always be the dancer that's not Donald O'Connor. You know what I mean?
Gene Kelly.
Yeah, Gene Kelly will always be D'Artagnan to me.
See, for me, it's Michael York or D'Artagnan, Charlton Heston as Richelieu, Faye Dunaway, Milady, Oliver Reed, who I adore as Athos. Chamberlain did a great job as Aramis, and I've forgotten who played Finlay, played Porthos.
And Christopher Lee was in there someplace.
He was the Rochefort.
Yeah, he was. Well, I love anything
with the
that
Queen.
Christopher Lee in is going to be good.
Yes.
Funny thing is, he actually is in the Guinness Book for having had more sword fights than any other actor.
Who? Oliver Reed?
Christopher Lee.
Oh, Christopher Lee. Oh, yeah, I see that. But you know, it's interesting because Basil Rathbone was a swordsman as well, and often was in fencing and duels. But I guess, yeah, Christopher Lee may have had more.
Could have been Eric Flynn, but no, Christopher Lee.
Yeah, interesting.
I mean, as a fencer, I love Captain Blood and also The Adventures of Robin Hood, just because it's so much fun to watch Rathbone and Errol Flynn, both of whom were actual Olympic fencers, go at it.
I don't think Flynn was, but Rathbone was. Flynn, I think, wasn't a fencer. He just learned what he needed to learn to be in the movies.
It's been a while since I read My Wicked, Wicked Ways, so I'll take your word for it.
Fascinating book.
Hello?
So, vengeance or mercy?
Is this a game like Truth or Dare?
I don't know. I'm thinking it could be.
All right. So I would like to actually, and I wouldn't do this if there were more people in the room, but how aware are you of the whole Jeff Mack controversy? I'm asking because this is a real life moral dilemma where justice and mercy is a real thing.
Yeah. I heard about it when I was first exploring Evil Expo the first. Expo. So, because I am not active in the convention scene, or haven't been for a very, 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 very long time.
What was your first convention?
I don't even remember. I think it was LunaCon.
Me too.
Oh, really?
I'm an old loony.
There you go. A long time ago. I think I still have the badge somewhere, but.
I was at the very, very last LunaCon.
Oh, were you?
The guest speaker was Ben Bova. He spoke to a room with 3 people in it. It was sad.
Yeah. Yeah, I've spoken to rooms with only like one person, but he is a big name. Yeah, but I decided to, well, life took charge. So yeah, so I learned about the Jeff controversy only a couple of years ago.
I mean, it's like Rashomon. Everybody has their point of view, but at the Blackthorn, the resort where the physical part of the convention is happening, there were 2 people who were on Jeff's crew, and I was on Jeff's crew. With 200 people, admittedly half of them drunken Irish bikers, who had no interest in any of this in the bar, these 2 people started talking about exactly how they would go about drumming up false but outrageous allegations that would be believed in order to take the company away from Jeff. And these dingbats actually left the microphone on so everybody in the bar was hearing it. It was rather like the scene in the second Tim Burton Batman movie where the Penguin's laughing about how I'm going to take this down on a toboggan ride to hell, and he doesn't know that being broadcast. It was like that. I consider myself to be a warrior for social justice, if not a social justice warrior. I am in the history books as an early trans activist, the last thing in the world I would do would be associated with anybody that I believe to be guilty of the things that were alleged. The problem is, at that time, the decree from on high, brought down from the internet and chiseled on slabs of granite from Mount Sinai, was you always believe the victim, regardless of whether she has a history of psychiatric illness and lying, regardless of whether you actually heard the situation being plotted while you were trying to quietly drink your coffee and to help the projectionist set up your next movie because you're a horror host comedian.
Mm-hmm.
You're still supposed to believe because that was the decree from on high. The problem was, I believe things that are true. I believe things that are probable. I'll even believe things if they're plausible. None of this met that test. So the question then becomes, how much is enough with all of this happened circa 2017, and there is a blog that is called the Alzheimer's blog, which is literally dedicated to no other purpose but to continue a steady torrent of vengeance against Jeff, because this is apparently an angry ex that has dedicated the rest of her life to bloody vengeance. And I only brought that up because it's so apropos to our topic, you see.
Well, you know, it's for someone that is from the outside looking in, right? And the way I was raised, I'm more of an empiricist.
To make this happen. That's how Satan works. Oh, hey, everybody. You walked in the worst possible time. Hide the baby. I'm going to eat that baby. No, that's the perfect size. Slides right down the gullet. But,
the baby is really cute, though.
So, hey, everyone. It is me, Molly Molotov 666, and I'm here to teach you about evil. Ah! Scary, right? All right. So, typically, I'm a bubbly bitch. People see me, they often go, "Oh, you're so happy, you're so sweet," and then they get shocked when I'm like, "Villain, evil," and they're like, "Prove it." So I prove it. Right? Look like I was gonna jump over the table at you, right? So the trick is rage. Rage is not bad. We are in a culture that says rage is bad. We're not supposed to get angry. We're not supposed to feel bad. We have to make everyone else comfortable around us. People get pissed. It's the human condition. So what do you do with that anger in a society that says it's bad? Act. Put it elsewhere. Put it in a place that's safe. Instead of punching a guy, get on the stage. Get in the ring. I have a wrestler here right now. Let me try to get you in there. Yeah, there you are. So, you know, this is the good shit. When a fucking actual fucking wrestling villain comes in to see your workshop, you know you made it. But, so, my itinerary is basically, I'm going to talk about different kinds of villains. We're going to talk about what makes a villain. Then, I'm going to tell you how to replicate villainy. Then, I'm going to give you all monologues, and y'all going to show me what you learned. And you will do it. Don't want to mess with me. I eat babies. Nom, 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 nom. So, in the beginning of classical villainy, villains were not known for their nuance. They were like Professor Moriarty, one of the most famous villains of all time, from Sherlock Holmes. Why did he do it? He was a villain. There was no reason. He just felt like fucking with Sherlock Holmes. And quite frankly, I would too. He looks like an easy target. But, I mean, come on, he's got that weak little sidekick. Always pick on the sidekick. Pisses off the hero. But, the thing is that the reason why I think we had those early villains that didn't have any nuance was because the fact that society wasn't ready to talk about the motivation of a villain. Every good villain has a motivation. So if you're playing a villain and you're not given a motivation, you have to find your motivation. For example, if you're like, you know, going into wrestling for an example and you're like told you're a heel, they'll typically give you a character and you have to work with it because fucking creative. But at the end of the day, you have to find the core of your character. You have to, even if you have to write down like a paragraph of just a makeshift concept, because you can't just play villainy without a root. And the thing is, the root doesn't even have to be about the villain. It can be about you. When was the last time you were really hurt? Last time someone really, really got under your skin. As I'm talking right now, I'm thinking of a guy. I'm thinking of someone that makes my forehead pound. I can feel my breathing get tighter as I think about this guy. And it motivates me. That's the secret. Find your focal point of rage. Find the things that make you angry. But instead of externalizing it, internalize it. Bring it in here. You take those feelings that you have. And I'm not saying all villains have rage. Not everyone does. But I think the best ones do. Look at Magneto from X-Men. He had a reason. His people, like, look at it from the perspective of his eyes. You've got a man who had experienced real pain by watching his family die. He watched as his country didn't give a fuck that his people were being killed. And then when he grew up and thought, maybe the world will get a little bit better, they just changed the focus. It was no longer about Jews. It became specifically about mutants. No matter what, he couldn't win. Tell me that wouldn't make you angry. You would get furious. You would feel that in your gut. No justice. What do? What's the only avenue that you got? You fight. You take everything you've learned from that anger and you do something with it. With villainy, acting villainy, very similar. Except instead of burning the world down, you just pretend to. It makes things better. Oh, we got a baby. Are you gonna be a supervillain? Why do babies do that? They always run away from me. Is it because you know I'm gonna eat you? Is it because you know I got soy sauce in my bag? Babies taste great with soy sauce and butter. Sorry, I know how to talk to kids. I have 2 of my own. But I had 3, but I ate 1. But so villainy is nuanced. I'm talking about the angry villain right now because that's my core. Where's your core? Are you an intellectual villain? Do you have a subjective motivation to do something like, maybe your motivation is world dominance, like evil Morty from Rick and Morty. He's not angry. He just knows what he wants and he's going to go for it. Not everyone has that strength. I'm not saying villainy is good in real life. This is all speculative. So don't go out and do something crazy because some crazy bitch in a room told you to. Because that make you the crazy bitch. So, hey, I shouldn't be using that kind of language around you. I keep forgetting there's a baby there.
I think he wants the hat. And
Do you want the hat?
Sneaky.
Do you want the hat? Do you want the hat?
You can't have the hat because she's a villain.
Come try to get the hat and I'll take it from you. Because that's what I do. See, even babies know villainy. Because I'm good. So, looks like I'm not going to be able to do my screaming bit today. I don't want to scare you. How are you the one? He goes, this baby is going to the biggest, scariest dude in the room. This guy is wearing fucking scary ass makeup, holding a baby. And meanwhile, here I am, poor little me, being rejected by the baby. This is what causes supervillains, young man. Careful, you're going to be my next motivation. But, so the thing about villainy that we need to understand is that while one place comes from anger, there's a place of intelligence, and there's also the place of narcissism. Do you think that you can rule the world better than anyone else? Do you know you're better than everyone else? Is everyone else around you basic while you are incredible and strong and powerful? You might be a narcissistic villain. And that's not a bad thing, people. People are like, narcissism bad. Yes, in real life. But we're talking about speculative villainy here. Be as narcissistic as you want. If you want to, fantasize about taking over the world, do it. It's liberating. The thing that gets me through my day is fantasy. When I'm pissed off and my eyes go blank, I'm fantasizing about, and I didn't do it, and it's fine because it's helpful. It keeps me from going, because that's the thing, is villainy is a great release. Now, as time went on, villains became more nuanced. And I personally, I hate to say this as a Jew, I blame it on the Nazis. And I'll tell you why I blame it on the Nazis. Before Nazism came into full power, no one really had a strong grasp or understanding, maybe didn't care to have an understanding of villainy until we met it firsthand. When we saw that villains are real and they have motivations, that scared a lot of us. And all of a sudden, the horror became better. Villainy became better. I'm not saying Nazis are good, Nazis are bad, Nazis are shit. Punch a Nazi if you will. And that's a good guy thing. I'm telling, here I am, a villain, telling you hero things. So many heroes punch Nazis. But sometimes you gotta step and be a hero. Punch your fellow Nazis. Punch your Nazi you want. But the point is that after World War II, there was suddenly this uptake in villains with motivations, and that continued on. And I find that, I forgot to talk about my favorite kind of villain. My favorite kind of villain is your slasher killer, your ransack murderer. I'm talking about the Leatherfaces, the Jasons. I'm talking about the Freddy Kruegers. Now, they all have flaws. And I encourage you guys to make your villains with as many flaws as you can. Sounds counterproductive. Why? Why would you put flaws in your villains? Isn't it obvious? It's subversive. You are making people relate to you. The scariest kind of villain is the one that you find in yourself. That's the one where you're reading a story, right? And you see a villain and you're like, how is this the bad guy? How is he the bad guy in this? This is how I thought about Magneto. He was defending his fucking family line. He's defending his race. Both of them. And what did he get? Fucking heroes trying to stop him. Yeah, okay, we're talking about genocide. Cool. But so are they. When it's a war and it's genocide versus genocide, there is no good guy. You cannot convince me the X-Men were good guys. You cannot convince me of it. I will fight that to the death. And I mean that too. No, really. That's what the knife is for. No. But at the end of the day, your villain needs to have motivation. It has to have truth. Now that, honey, you can't play with. This is my clobbering stick. No? You look like you are just terrified of me.
I'll clobber you with it.
I bet you would. I bet you're going to grow up to be a strong little guy. I bet. My toddler kicked me so hard in my tummy, I got a hernia.
Oh, wow.
So I know what it's like having a tough little baby. She was only like 2 years old. I was just trying to put pants on her. They went to one of my fucking kids to get into a fight with me because I'm trying to dress her. Typical mom.
Isn't it what the heck? You just looked it up close to you. What are you doing?
Hey, you can play with that if you want. Every time I try to talk to this, he gets close to me. This is what he's doing. He gets close to me, lures me in with those beautiful eyes. I get suckered in, and then he runs.
It's a real run of the mill.
Slippers. I just realized.
It's the slippers?
It's probably the slippers that are drawing him up there and be like, what's
So, let me show you guys these slippers. These were my demon shoes yesterday. Yesterday I was dressed as a devil because I have a theme. But, okay, back to villainy. So, some of my favorite villains are the ones that have motivations, but they're weak motivations, but they still make sense in a way that makes you chill. Let's talk about Fatal Attraction for a minute. Who in this room knows about Fatal Attraction, the movie? So, basically, you've got this lady who falls in love with a married man after a one-night stand. That's not entirely true. It's not exactly love. She thinks it's love. That ain't love. She is the kind of villain where she was tired, in her words, of being ignored. Her center was rejection. Her villainy subtext was, after a lifetime of feeling like a wallflower, suddenly she was like, I'm tired of this. I'm not taking it anymore. You will not ignore me. You will see me. And as someone who has been in more than one unfortunate breakup where I'm on the breakup end, I watched that and I was just like, it's chilling. Because it's like you get that feeling of, oh, that could have been me if maybe something was loose. Like in reality, if I had a cog loose up there, I could have been that. And that's fucking scary. And that's one of my favorite movies. Because the worst kind of villain and the best kind of villain is the one you see in yourself. So let's take into account Alexander Delarge. Alexander Delarge is I guess you call him the protagonist of A Clockwork Orange. Though I argue he doesn't really have a protagonist. Just a bunch of antagonists that are against each other. Who's seen Clockwork Orange? I knew you did. I guarantee you've seen like probably most of the movies I've seen. Cannibal Holocaust?
No, I'm not into the gore like that.
Oh, okay. But so Clockwork Orange, the villain motivation is literally angst. It's youthful angst. Do you remember when you were a teenager? You didn't want to go to school. Your parents were like, get your ass out of bed. Do something with your life. Get a job. You know, you didn't like it. It's like, who are you to tell me what to do? I'm smarter than you. I remember having that exact feeling as a kid. Alexander Delarge is relatable because he's what happens when you give a child too much freedom to run and then he becomes a monster in the process. See, I almost made a bad joke. I'm not making that joke. That's just a baby. I ain't making that joke. But so the best character motivations come from everyday mundane things. The more mundane and normal, the better. Heartbreak, teen angst, unrequited love. These are things that make a good villain. Desire for improvement, but on your terms, in a way that maybe isn't best for everyone else. Selfishness and self-centeredness is a key to villainy if you want to really make people uncomfortable. Because they don't like seeing traits that everyone has. We don't like to admit we have it. Everyone in this room has been guilty. Everyone in this room has felt shame. Everyone in this room has felt bad. And that's important because when you have characters, even villains, that express those things, you find relation. You find connection. Now, there are certain techniques that you're going to need to play a villain. Now, if you're playing an intellectual villain, a villain whose motivation is from an intellectual perspective, the important thing is, where is that narcissism coming from? Are you haughty because you're better than everyone else? Hold your back up straight. Chin up. Maybe not that up, but you want it to be, you want your nose literally up in the air, because that will subtextually get into a person's head and say, that person thinks they're better than me. And that feeling is subliminally triggering to the audience. Nobody likes that feeling. That whole, see, doesn't feel good. I'm looking down on you. I'm better than you. I'm more educated and I'm better looking. It hurts. Now, no, that's true, of course. I love you, Mary. I'm just making a point. I'm using you as my guinea pig. It hits you in a weird place. Now, turn it around. Think about it from the villain's perspective. You're better than me. You're better looking than me. You're smarter than me. Now, I feel weird. In fact, I feel my back literally starting to sloop down a little bit. Because it's like, I don't like that. That's the kind of feeling you want to give to your audience. To be a truly successful villain, you want to touch them in those places that they are not ready to be touched. Man, that sounds so me too. But you want to, hey, babe.
You stole all my people, so I'm going to invade your stuff with my zombies.
Oh, no, we have a panel invasion, everybody. So, come here, Steven, real quick. So, this is my boy, Steven. This is the second year that we've been doing con. And he wrote Zombie Earth.
They just keep coming.
Oh, no, there's more babies.
Oh, yeah. All my zombies.
So, we just got a brood of 5. So now we got 6 kids and yeah, so 6.
The wife is the 6th kid.
Oh my. So some of these monologues I'm gonna have to put away. But yeah, I'm so glad. Yeah. No, it's totally, that's totally fine. But so sometimes your villainy comes from a place of hate. See, little villain, watch him. Watch this little evildoer over here, usurping my stream. Just like, give me fist bump. Fist bump. Yeah, evil fist bump. So what was I saying? God damn it. But oh man, now I'm all fucking.
You messed mine up, so I had to mess yours up.
Fuck this guy.
But,
oh yeah, you want to hit them emotionally in places they're not ready to be hit. You want to make them feel vulnerable, because if they're vulnerable and you take away they took away their defenses early on, as they're watching, they're gonna feel powerless. And then you can see it literally as you see people watching good villainy. If it's done right, you can see the intimidation. You can see it, and maybe they don't even realize they're being intimidated, but you'll see it. Oh, they're babies.
Yeah, but I can't even hear you.
So, how do you touch people in those places? How do you get people to feel vulnerable? Hush you. No heckling. But I'll put you in the stocks. But you want to get into their heads. And every human brain has some basic human components that we all share. We're all different in like thumbprints. But all thumbprints have in common is they're all made of skin, right? Same thing with people. We're all different, but all universally the same. Nobody likes to feel real fear. So you don't want to go too far. You don't want to make them think they're actually in danger, but you want to let them suspend their disbelief. These kids just totally usurped my whole show. No.
Well, I'll leave.
No, I want you to stay. I wanted you to stay.
Oh, I came to support you. And,
Yeah.
You know, hijack your show, hijack my stuff. So.
Yeah, no, I walked into Steven's panel and they realized that I was wanted here.
The one that you were for, so no.
So they end up, so his panel came and joined mine and left him there.
No, mine was technically over, but I had to babysit, so I figured I'd dump the kids off with you, so have a good time.
Oh my God, you are the true villain here.
No, I'm the anti-hero. If you were at my panel, you would have known that.
Oh.
I'm not a hero or villain.
Snap, crackle, and pop.
I'm for the greater good, but I'll do the dirty things that heroes won't do.
All right, Deadpool. I see you.
Yeah.
That's another great. Why are we not talking about anti-heroes?
Right.
Anti-heroes don't get any love, except for like maybe Deadpool. Like, there's so many nuances to these characters that are important for emotional. You basically what I'm telling you is connect to the audience, even as a villain.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there are certain things that are. Now, are you guys familiar with coding? The acting term coding. Now, coding just means we have been socially conditioned as an audience to see certain things, and we know that they're evil. Like case in point. Y'all know what I'm doing, right?
Nope.
Shut up. It's because this, through society, through memory, has become code for comedy violence. Now, if I were to do this, it's the coding for like I'm obviously something wrong cognitively or maybe physically.
Right.
So coding like that, or the famous coding of coding gay. So it's like coding is. So we have the society that relies on codes. We look at codes to tell who we are as strangers. We don't even know we're doing it most of the time, right? We're not even aware we're doing it. So let's talk about codes. There's different kinds of villains that have different kinds of codes. Your intellectual villain, which is a very classic one, they're always giving the air of authority. The air of authority is important because without the air of authority, a villain will not have henchmen. He can't get anything done. No one's going to listen to him. He has to have that air of, holy shit, is this guy smarter than me? We're not talking about Batman.
No, but Luther.
But so villainy has codes for so many things. Now, one of my favorite villainy tropes is the basic, but let's call it the incel. It's or a female incel even. It's the person that doesn't have what they want, so they're going to lash out and take it out on people. Now, when we think about that antisocial character, like what are some things you think of? Like you can just say it out loud. What do you guys think of when you think of like an antisocial villain? Like what? Yeah, like Joker. Like what are some things that you compare Joker to other villains? That air of evil, that ambiance of
chaos. Like
Heath Ledger's Joker when he's walking in to the party, he has no fucks in the world. That's what makes him scary. He moves like a man who has nothing to lose. He moves that way. He talks that way. He walks that way. He acts that way. He burns the money because it didn't matter. That was not his motivation. His motivation was pain. Now let's talk about what makes certain kinds of villains here. Now I've got Matilda's Miss Trunchbull. Now her whole mental motivation here is she hates kids, but she's working with children. She is intentionally being around her own trigger. She's not just a villain to everyone around her. She's a villain to herself too. Like, she doesn't even realize she's fucking herself up. And that's why she's so angry. So when you see her lashing out at kids, it makes sense because she hates kids. But it wouldn't make sense for a normal person. Like someone who hurts kids is always coded as a villain. And that's important because they fucking are in real life too. So her whole thing is with her superiority. Her back's always straight. She's always sneering. She sneers. She's angry. She's making faces because kids. Ugh, kids. Children. Ugh.
You got my vote for remake.
Yeah, right? Yeah. And she kind of does these faces sometimes. They're almost King Kong Bundy-esque. Where she's like, you know, how do I word this? It's like you can see the anger pouring off of her as she sweats. I hear a fat chick sweating. I know what I'm talking about. There's this look of, I can't do this anymore, and if I have to do it again, I'm gonna hurt someone. That's the big key of villainy, is you never know when they're gonna pop. That's something you want to give to the audience. You want to make them wonder, when is this person going to explode? Now, let's see here. Now let's talk about Doomhead from 31 for a minute. 31 is probably the worst Rob Zombie movie of all time. But there is something to be said for Doomhead. Doomhead is one of the rare villains that doesn't seem to have a motivation, but is still compelling. Why is he so compelling? It's because he goes at 10 nonstop. The guy doesn't even breathe. He doesn't blink. He lives, eats, sleeps, breathes murder. Everything, like even the first time you see him, and he's, how do I say this around kids? Banging hookers. And so it's like he's in bed with Ginger Lynn, and he's giving her the business. And he gets the phone call that says, "You're due for work." And his reaction is, "Get the fuck out, ho." And she's like, "You can't talk to me like that." You know, and he's like, "I'll do whatever the hell I want, lady, get the fuck out." And instantly, in that moment, every single woman in that audience, self included, cringed. Because we all know that guy. We all fucking know that guy. And it makes me angry. That's why I like Doomhead. He pisses me off. If I knew him in real life, man, I would do everything I could to cup his ass. But he has this air of, you don't know when he's going to blow. It could be any minute. It could be for no reason. You could be eating your goddamn Cheerios, and all of a sudden, scary. So let's move on. His monologue is really great too. Like, I have this monologue here where he's just shaking with rage, and you can just see it in his face. He's drooling during his monologue. I might just be an old wrestling fan that loves drooling, because I mean, you know what I'm talking about. But when I see a villain drooling, that's code. It's coding. It means unhinged. It means animal. It means he has forgotten his human element, and he is resorting to the beast. And you can take the beast however you want it. The beast could be the beast, or the beast could be an animal. He could be a wolf. He could be the devil. But the point is that he's losing himself in this state of ridiculous horror. Now let's talk about our charming villains. Let's talk about Jules from Pulp Fiction. Now, typically one wouldn't consider him a villain, but to make no mistake, he a villain. The guy kills people, and you still like him. Raise your hand if you've seen Pulp Fiction.
Long time ago.
Tell me you didn't like Jules. Samuel L. Jackson.
Okay.
You remember his character, even if you've seen it 20 years ago. The memes tell you everything. You know, the motherfucker you read, you know, all that. It's once again, we're coming down to Unhinged. We're coming down to villains that are controlled rage. He has anger. He's unhinged because he kills people. But yeah, it's a whole thing. It's like his whole thing is he's cognitively aware of what he's doing, guys. Jules is cognitively aware of what he's doing. He's not a rampage killer. He's calculated. When he kills people, he knows he's out to kill you. And he's okay with that. He ain't gonna lose an ounce of sleep for taking your life. Not 1 ounce. And that's scary. Let's talk about Henry Hill. Not the real life guy, the character from Goodfellas. His motivation, his core motivation, comes from a place of, number one, I want to impress the boys around me. Number two, I want to prove myself to my family, to my coworkers, to my life. I want to prove myself to me. I want to be in a place of 100% understanding that everyone will know that I deserve to be here. It comes from a place of narcissism. Like, there's no way that you can kill somebody so comfortably and not think you're better than them. There's got to be a level of narcissism with the Henry Hill character. So he plays it as he's never scared, and when he is scared, it's because something's about to directly happen to him, but not to someone else. If someone tried to kill his wife, I don't think he'd bat an eye. I think if someone put a gun to his head, he wouldn't bat an eye. I think if someone shot him, only then would he be really, truly scared. And that's terrifying. That is a terrifying villain. Because the fact that he will do anything it takes to make himself look good, even if it means putting a bullet in your head. Narcissistic killers. Let's talk about John Milton from The Devil's Advocate. Let's talk about old Scratch himself, the devil. What's the devil's motivation? Fucking with God. The devil is, his whole thing is, fuck God, fuck everybody. I'm going to burn his mother to the ground. I'm going to make the Antichrist, and I'm bringing it. I'm bringing everything I've got. Because he wants to win the battle against heaven. That's why he made the Antichrist. Let's talk about Gordon Gekko from Wall Street. His motivation, greed. Greed is good. He's teaching people and ethical practices to make money that he knows is going to screw people over. He knows what he's teaching is damaging. He doesn't care because why? Money, 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 money. It makes the world go around. The mark, the yen, the buck, and the pound. Let's talk about Kurt from Apocalypse Now. His motivation, PTSD, horror. He experienced, in his words, he experienced true horror. Horror that would make a normal everyday kid from like Wisconsin turn into somebody with a gun killing innocent people. He lived in a government that told him it was okay to hurt others. He's a rare kind of villain who is government sanctioned. He feels like he is not only allowed to, but he's celebrated for doing so. That's scary. That's a learned narcissism. When you get that air in a character, you know you're going to scare people. He's one of the codes of a character like that is staring. Like, you, I'm going to do this to you. I've been using you as a guinea pig all night. So it's, he stares into you. He doesn't break contact. He doesn't play. I'm blinking right now because I can't do it without blinking. You're good. Look at you. They gave it back to me. So Kurtz's thing is emptiness. War hollowed him out like a gourd. Let's talk about the salesman from Sin City. His motivation, money. He doesn't care about you. He doesn't care if you know what happens to you as long as he gets paid. Those are scary. Greedy villains are scary because you're nothing. Unless you can give them money, you're nobody. And when you want to play a greedy villain, you want to give that air. Give that air that the audience is garbage. The audience, they simply, they, okay, so everyone's going now. Yeah? Okay. Okay, so my battery looks like it's almost dead, guys. I gotta hurry up. So I have a whole bunch here. So I have a whole bunch of shit here, all these monologues. If you guys wanted to do a run in a monologue on a live stream, I have a bunch here. I have Candace Langdon from American Horror Story. I have Madison Montgomery. I have all the ones I mentioned before, Goodfellas, The Salesman. I have Macbeth. I have Adam's Family Values, if you guys want to do Debbie. Now, actually, I'm going to do Debbie. I'm still on that one from you guys. You guys can't do that one. I'm Debbie. So, the key to Debbie, for example, now I'm going to read the monologue dry, academically. I don't want to hurt anybody. I don't enjoy hurting anybody. I don't like guns or bombs or electric chairs, but sometimes people just won't listen. I have to use persuasion and sometimes slides. My parents, Shannon and Dave, generous, doting, or were they? You hear the text. You don't feel it. It's not in you. You're not going to remember that. You might remember it's a bad performance or a bad read, but there's no nuance. So how do we color this character? How do we make her more interesting? Rage. She's angry. Why is she angry? Her parents, mommy daddy issues, and narcissism. She wants everything, and she'll kill anyone who doesn't get it to her. I don't want to hurt anybody. I don't enjoy hurting anybody. I don't like guns or bombs or electric chairs, but sometimes people just won't listen. So we have to use persuasion and slides. You know, you want to put in that feeling, that emotion. Now, for me with this character, I'm drawing in my anger when I feel like I'm not getting my way. And don't deny it, we all do it. I know it's an ugly thing to admit, but we all do it. We all get mad when we don't get our way. Channel that. The thing is society tells you all these emotions are useless. Not use them. You're not human without them. Embrace your human.
Or their either personal psychosis is, or it's for gain, for popularity, for whatever their need is. But without evidence, right? Without something that's provable, or witnesses. In your case, you witness you witness a plot unfolding, right? You have to take all that into account, right? And if someone's going to make an allegation that borders on or is criminal in nature, they need to report it to the police and it needs to be investigated. And if they do not do that, it calls into question, what they're saying, right? Because if you're willing to defame somebody, but without going through, the process to actually prove it out, then I have to question motivation. I have to question whether or not it actually happened. I don't know. I wasn't there. So I would tend more on the open-mindedness. It's like, okay, I'm sorry you feel that you experienced something, but you can't prove it. I can't punish somebody for an allegation, right? If I have a personal experience with somebody that gives me the willies, that makes me think, well, it's possible, it's probable, I will disassociate, right? But I don't hound people. That's one of the reasons I'm not big in cancel culture. I think there's a lot of name calling and a lot of insulting going on just for the purpose of destroying people's lives. And it's entirely inappropriate.
And I'm conflicted. As a trans woman, which
Mhm.
is how I identify.
Mhm.
I think long and hard about cancel culture in terms of things like, do I believe that J.K. Rowling should be canceled? Well, I have a closet full of Harry Potter merchandise that if I could afford to replace it because I bought that merchandise when I needed socks, if I happened to see socks that had Slytherin
Right.
symbols from Harry Potter on them that I could wear with the wizard's robe that I also used as a raincoat, so be it. But I really don't feel as comfortable as I once did with somebody like J.K. Rowling first revolutionizing English language literature for all time and then loudly proclaiming herself a vocal proponent of a hate group. I have a problem with that. Is the answer to that to start a bonfire and burn Harry Potter books next to the evangelical Christians that are have their own bonfire to burn those books because they, in their eyes, promote witchcraft and wizardry and evil? I don't know. It's not for me to judge these things. Personally, I would rather people not be giving this woman any more millions of dollars, millions of dollars, millions of dollars than she's already gotten. But that's me.
That's the point of the free market, right? You choose to support products or creators with your dollars and your feet, right? I mean, you can go to events or not, you can go to movies or not, you can buy things or not, you can change your mind about someone and cease to buy their product, and if your interpretation is true of the individual's belief, I don't think that, I don't know J.K. Rowling first off. Never met her, never read any of the books, have no interest in the books, though I write, high fantasy.
Really? That surprises me because you don't consider the Potter novels to be high fantasy. They have dragons, they have wizards, they
had no interest in I had no interest in reading them. I don't read a lot of contemporary fantasy. And I haven't read it, and part of it is because I'm a contrarian, right? So if someone tells me, and everyone's reading this, you have to read it, I'd be like, maybe not. I saw the movie, right? The first movie, which I know movies are not true representations of novels or books, and there was enough in it that I disliked in the movie that it's like I'm not going to bother.
So satisfy my curiosity. What did you dislike in the movies? I'm not arguing. I'm asking because I'm interested.
The home dynamic of Harry being kept under the stairs and it being treated kind of like, I know it wasn't treated like it's normal, but it was trying to treat it like it was normal.
As a student, as you are, and as am I, of Victorian literature,
Yeah.
Didn't you think that was a sly wink at Dickens?
I'm not a big fan of Dickens either, so but you have a little bit of the little princess there being cast up into the attic rooms and forced to be a servant, right? Maybe it's the
Cinderella.
Yeah, I think there was maybe it's also Daniel Radcliffe. He was a terrible child actor. I don't think he's gotten much better. So that could have also been it too.
I think you have not seen the Woman in White.
The Woman in White, that ghost story.
I'm trying to talk myself. The Woman in Black.
Right, the ghost story.
Yes.
The Irish ghost story. No, I haven't seen that one.
It's actually quite splendid. But the thing I love with Daniel Radcliffe is what he's done with his life since Harry Potter. He took all that Harry Potter money he made, bought Hammer Castle, restarted Hammer Films, the company, and got a 92-year-old Ingrid Pitt on the board of directors. For that, I will love him no matter what his other sins may be.
I didn't know that he had restarted Hammer Films.
Yes, The Woman in Black was the first Hammer film since he restarted it.
But I didn't know he was involved in the
He
restart.
then did a wonderful, played Igor in his own wonderful production of Victor Frankenstein, which was a attempt to restart the Hammer Frankenstein franchise.
Right.
And it was quite wonderful. If you're a Hammerhead, as I am, it had the feel of classic Hammer.
I love the good Hammer films. So I'll have to take a look at it. But yeah, but coming back to it is I think in modern society, the appropriate response is to cease buying the product. You know, I mean, I think the bonfire concept, that's cheap ploys for, you know, attention setting or to, you know, try to intimidate other authors. So by burning their books.
At this point, I still say by all means, read the books, get a copy out of the library. There are so many used copies you can buy for a buck. By all means, if you want to read the book, read it and enjoy it, but try not to feed the beast that wrote them.
Right. Well, yeah, the question is, well, yeah, for whatever reason, you decided you turned on somebody as an artist, right? It goes back in the Hollywood golden days, right? The actors and actresses avoided being vocal on social matters because you don't want to alienate, well, first the studio contracts, but you want to alienate your audience. So as an artist, you know, where is it? Is it I have to speak out, the results be damned, right? For my career or the company that I'm working for, the film I'm making. Or as an entertainer, you know, my brand is what I'm selling, and I need to maximize, you know, the audience to make a living, to make the people who work with me or in the companies that I work for, you know, also rely on me to bring in the paycheck. So what's the balance there, right? Should artists or actors and actresses and novelists speak out? And if they choose not to, is that okay too?
And I think that depends on circumstances, because where this gets interesting to me is starting with silent Hollywood in the early 20th century. Gore Vidal wrote a wonderful book called Hollywood about how the advent of silent movies were an essential part of Woodrow Wilson's propaganda machinery in order to persuade the American people to support going into World War I. I'm not arguing whether America entering World War I was the right or the wrong thing to do. Honestly, that's a fascinating historical debate, and I like to read all of the various arguments on that. I haven't formed any conclusions that I would proclaim from a soapbox, but the way that it was used as a propaganda tool that early on, of course, World War II, first the New Deal, and then World War II, Hollywood very much did, and I see this as a positive, not a negative thing, mind you, what FDR told them was needed in order to get support behind big projects like the Hoover Dam. It was easy to persuade the movie industry, well, you want people to watch movies, and I want people to have electricity, and since they can't watch your movies without electricity, maybe we should get together on this thing. Makes perfect sense. But movies and movie actors, Hollywood's always been political, and there were always positions. That came to a crisis point, of course, in the blacklist of the 1950s. Sorry.
Okay. No, I was just considering what your words were saying, because part of the move and the selection of movies were influenced by the personal interests of the movie heads, the directors that were escaping the growing depression in Europe, and Nazi Germany came, and there were very poignant movies that they've directed or supported the writing of and directing of that were clearly political event. I think there's always something in media in general that is an interpretation, especially corporatized media, right? Because it's not a single artist's voice that's being said. That's being told. It's a corporate voice, and the use of media, whether it was newspapers and magazines prior to, and radio prior to film, there's always been some element of a propaganda machine or a social engineering aspect to it, because people that, in my opinion, maybe I'm a little jaded here, that control information always color that presentation of information, whether on purpose or simply because of human nature, right? So yes, you can't always separate, right, the corporate entity or the makers of a piece of entertainment from some level of bias, right? Political bias, social bias, or what have you. And I'm using bias in a neutral term, not with a negative connotation. It's just.
No, I understand. I understand. I always welcome an opportunity to have an actual philosophical discussion rather than a screaming match. That's all I ask of anybody.
Yeah, well, the screaming matches usually don't get you anything but high blood pressure.
I mean, I despise the way everything is polarized in our society right now to such an extent that we no longer have a coherent, unified culture, and that's a dangerous thing. That's how civilizations fall.
Yes. And it comes back to I'm going to pull it back to the panel, topic of mercy or vengeance, right? That in current cancel culture, it seems that there is no room for forgiveness or redemption.
Well, actually, that's a funny thing, because I apologize for interrupting, but I've got a concrete example.
Mm-hmm.
I have been this weekend referring to the mob of people who are out to destroy Jeff Mack as the Amber Heard.
Okay, that's funny.
Thank you. What I do is comedy. That's my thing. So don't take everything I say as I'm not pounding on a manifesto.
Right.
A humorist, not a pulpit. Yeah. But I'm uncomfortable with the talk of what happened with the idea. I don't like the phrase cancel culture because it's become a buzzword for the alt-right to smear anything that they don't like. At the same time, what happened with Johnny Depp still fascinates me, because first Johnny Depp was the one who was canceled because he had supposedly now it's turned complete 180, and Johnny Depp is apparently back in everyone's good graces, and it's Amber Heard who has been canceled. And that raises to me the practical question: if the Johnny Depp situation could play out that way, it's beyond me to be the one to say there's a reason why the Jeff Mack situation couldn't play the same way. The rules are not as definite as they were. The timing was perfect. They pulled the trigger on their particular plot at precisely the peak of the Me Too movement, and before the public got tired of it, started to feel it had gone too far, and it receded again. They hit the crest of the wave just perfectly, like expert surfers. I despise the ethics and morality behind what they've done, but as a technician and gamesman, I have to admit it was extremely well played.
Well, first off, 20 hindsight is 2020, right? So at the time,
That's only a coincidence because that was last year.
right. So, well, I guess we talk about the Amber Heard Johnny Depp thing and the believe the victim, mentality, and even with lack of evidence just on a say so or a rumor, in some cases, right? That people have become entrenched in a position, right, about something or someone based on something they heard that fits the narrative that they have in their mind. In the case of Johnny Depp, because I think he's so well liked as an actor, that when evidence came out that Amber Heard was actually the aggressor in their relationship, apparently, and that he was the one on the receiving the abuse, side of things, people more than willing to make the jump because he's a better liked actor than Amber Heard is a better, as an actress, right? I think that played into part of the reason why it shifted.
The thing that puzzles me is that this is like Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. To me, this is like the latest incarnation of watching Liz Taylor and Richard Burton. The difference being, in those days, we all enjoyed watching them battle it out from a safe distance, but nobody was ever going to cancel either one of them.
Right. And it was clearly a dysfunctional relationship. So where there was neither were saints and neither were just the sinners. They were both saints and sinners in that relationship. Right. And it was fueled by alcohol abuse.
I was going to say, in both cases, what we're looking at is a marital drunken brawl. It's like reading an Andy Capp comic.
Yeah, it's just living life. There's always going to be the dysfunctional married couple for whatever reason. But is it enough? I want to say because it's abuse is a horrible thing regardless of who receives it, and abusers are not nice people, and there is a proportional response to it. There is to a certain extent, depending on what's going on in the couple, right? There's a little bit, it's like, it's not my business. There's another part of it that, you are choosing to stay in a dysfunctional relationship, so, how much of it is a codependency thing that you need to work out? There's so much that goes on, but for people to make snap judgments without really knowing the details and the facts is just as problematic, in my opinion.
Well, I also think it's of a piece with the current generation gap, which is actually deeper, more bitter, and probably going to cause even more lasting damage than the generation gap of my generation, which was the one that revolved around the civil rights movement and the Vietnamese War. The okay boomer has become the direst insult in the vocabulary of anyone under 40.
Not Karen? And you think okay boomer is worse than being called a Karen? Because at least okay boomer can have connotations of just, teasing fun or.
Isn't a Karen simply a female boomer?
And there's a particular type, of a nasty individual. Boomers can be your granddad, right? And you're just bemused by him as opposed to Karens or a deeper insult. Because you're a shrew essentially, or a fishwife, right? I want to see the manager. As opposed to, how do I get this filter off my camera?
Cancel culture, I think. Well, there are so many dilemmas here. One of the things, again, and this is perfectly about vengeance versus mercy.
Mm-hmm.
I have been on I'll name names a little bit. Jet over at Vampire Freaks, the organization that does Dark Side of the Con,
Mm-hmm.
which they used to do in partnership with Jeff, and since the Michigas function independently.
Mm-hmm.
They had a social network page. It was like a Facebook for goths.
Right.
And and just before it was shut down permanently by Jet because it became too troublesome to keep it going,
Mm-hmm.
Jet posted a deeply moving and memorial on the anniversary of David Bowie's death, the first anniversary. And this was followed by an unbelievable torrent of reminders that David Bowie in 1970 something or other had sex with a 13-year-old girl who to this very day insists that she was perfectly willing and feels in no way damaged. Mind you, not that I advocate that kind of behavior, I do not.
Mm-hmm.
But that led to my discovering that for similar reasons, pretty much the whole damn Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is canceled for the same reasons.
The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame had sex with a 13-year-old.
Every musician in it just about has been accused of this sort of thing. It was a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Rock and roll apparently was almost as bad as the Vatican in those days. The point is, how much history of the art these people made do we erase because they were bad people? We could easily lose Shakespeare, Edgar Allan Poe, and anyone else you care to pick that way.
So the challenge is, right, that I think it's wrong to erase their artistic contributions. I think it's a matter of choice. Like, I hadn't heard that story about David Bowie. I don't, it's not something that I would look for, right? And listening to his music. Don't have albums of David Bowie, so it's not an area of interest. You mentioned losing Shakespeare. No one can even agree that Shakespeare actually existed. So how do you cancel someone that was just an idea because you don't like something he wrote in his plays? You have to look at things in context of their times. You have to, with artists that are no longer alive and they wrote or painted something that you have no idea what was in their mind or what they were attempting to do unless they left personal letters or notes about, if they wanted to do this horrible thing. So I think it's pretty presumptuous, of assuming they know what's in the hearts and minds of people because of their artistic performances. As far as the rest of it, I mean, you take it in context. I can't comment to the David Bowie thing, but I think it's an individual choice. If you as an individual choose that because you heard the story or it is factually true, that someone did something that you find morally reprehensible, then don't read their stuff, don't buy their books, don't buy their albums, don't engage in it, and just erase it from your life because you don't need it in your life. And that's probably not a satisfying answer for a lot of people, but there are artists whose beliefs or opinions I don't like, and I won't support them. And that's for me, right? That's I don't feel the need to like campaign on the internet, for it, because I know other people will disagree with me, and that's okay.
This show that we're doing now notwithstanding, I don't live on the internet. I don't consider the part of my life that I spend on the internet to be my life or to be the essential core important part of my life. And that is a seismic shift that our culture has undergone. That's part of my obsolescence as a human being.
Well, I don't think as a human being you're obsolete, but in terms of the connection you mentioned before about the generation gap, right, and the growing here, there is a challenge with people who live their lives or grow up online because I think they risk losing or never developing perspective, right? Because you can develop perspective through personal experience. And if your personal experience is trolling on rumors and innuendo and other people's personal experience, but never having any of your own, to really get context or judgment. As a woman in society, I have had inappropriate behaviors directed at me, right? How I choose to deal with those things and the support structures I've had around me, these are things that influence how I perceive and interpret events and how I can empathize with other people, right? Because I have had personal experiences, or I personally know people who have been impacted and what have you. And having dealt with so many different people, and seeing the aftermath of if they've been wrongly accused, right? And you have that empathy, you get a little bit better perspective. So when rumor and innuendo hits or some allegation is made, you've got that temperament maybe to have step back and say, okay, not all the facts are known here, or this story doesn't quite add up. But if you're just living your life online and don't have any or limited experiences, then how can you have perspective? And I think that's why there's always a generation gap, because older people have lived longer, have seen many things, lived through many different things, and young people, because they're young, right? Everything's new, exciting, or because it's new, it's outrageous, right? When someone can say, well, that's just how things have worked for the past 50 years, right? Not to say it's right, not to wrong, but it's not worth having an aneurysm over. I don't know. I'm babbling.
That's all right. I babble a bit myself.
But when it comes to that mercy or vengeance, I think it's for your own my personal belief, for your own soul. It's better to extend grace, right? To have a little bit of mercy, a little bit of understanding, put things a little in perspective. Unless you have real evidence to the contrary, not to assume that everyone's doing everything out of spite or viciousness or evil or racism or sexism or any sort of phobiaism. It is, how can you live life in society if people are going to be perpetually outraged over everything and assume the worst of people they don't even know? Right? How can you live a happy life if you go through life thinking that way? And I know you don't, just from our limited interactions, but there are people that seem to thrive off constant outrage.
I believe that outrage in and of itself becomes an addiction. I believe there are people, and I've met many of them, unfortunately, who are rage addicts. They need the endorphin rush and the adrenaline rush and all the nice chemicals that flood through their nervous systems when they're wildly livid about something. They get off on the rush of that and they become addicted to it.
I think there are studies to support that. I was reading something a couple of years ago that people who are continually outraged actually are rewiring their brains, right? Rewiring their response systems, because it's probably that biochemical dependency that they developed, in terms of that endorphins and other rush. I mean, there's some level of narcissism in some of it as well. I think I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychoanalyst, but there are enough people out there that want to be the center of attention, even if it's negative attention, and want to prove that they're just as victimized or just as someone needing protection or needing to be lauded as the next person, or someone is a hero because I'm defending the people that need to be defended. So I think there's a lot of ego-driven response types in some of it with some people. And that's also a form of addiction, right? I need to get the likes. I need to get, the views. I need to have people validate me continually, online. So I'm going to continually push narratives because I'm getting that positive reinforcement. Even if I'm not really outraged, I'm pretending to be outraged to get that reaction. Don't know if that's true or not. It just seems to me that could possibly be it as part of it.
One of the things that I keep trying to do, I do it with my radio show, and I'm sort of taking advantage of you now by using this opportunity to have a real conversation, even if it's not necessarily playing a mercy or vengeance game similar to Truth or Dare, is I think it's important to create safe places where people can talk and actually listen to the other person and actually discuss things rather than trying to shout each other down, as happens on most of what passes for news programs these days.
It's called good manners. I think there's a certain extent of mutual respect that you have to give people their due. And I also think that to a certain extent, people also have to maybe refrain, from certain conversations and I hate to use the term mixed company, right? This is off topic, even off topic from where you were going, but we look to the past and why there are rules of etiquette and manners is so everyone understands the rules of the game so that everyone can coexist peacefully. Whether you agree with those manners or not, but the Victorian era with calling cards, all this stuff is not the point. The point is that society had some sort of structure that people knew if they were crossing a line, right? And if you don't have, agreed upon mores or norms, then it's easy to people to continually misunderstand each other because no one knows the rules, right? And I'm not advocating going back to a strict, manner-driven society like the height of the Victorian era, but I think that we have in efforts to be our most authentic selves in all circumstances. There's a time when we're disregarding other people that may not be as comfortable, in speaking about things or hearing about things or what have you, and not giving them grace to understand that this is uncomfortable for them, but we're still going to go and do what we want to do anyway, because screw them, right? There's a lack perhaps there's a lack of empathy for other people in the interest of pursuing our own needs. Well, no.
I think one of the things that attracted me to steampunk, and one of the things that I think made steampunk an attractive genre to people, was to create space where there is some sort of civility.
Mm-hmm.
One of my mentors was Quentin Crisp.
Oh, you knew Quentin.
Very, very dear to me was Quentin. He was sort of a mentor to me.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things I remember him saying was, the more an Englishman despises you, the more polite he will be to you.
Mm-hmm.
And I have cultivated that myself. I don't know when exactly it happened, but there is absolutely no code of civility whatsoever. Simple manners, simple courtesy. Things as simple as please, thank you, an appropriate time to shake hands with somebody. Hey, I'm Chelsea. How you doing? And you are,
Right.
none of that. And I'm not sure how that happened, but it exacerbated the problem with, we're not on the brink of, we're already obviously in the middle of a cultural civil war. Notice I didn't say a military civil war, I said a cultural.
Cultural, yeah. Mm-hmm.
That warfare is going on a daily basis. And having somehow removed the concept of manners and courtesy and simple civil discourse, creating environments like Fox or any of the other similar networks, I'm not talking about which side of the fence they're on, but when information becomes a matter of talking heads shouting each other down and nobody's listening, not even on news programs.
Yeah, that's not information either. So that's opinion, right? I mean, when you can't agree on facts, you've got a problem. But all information is data points put into context, right? I mean, that's knowledge, right? Is information put in context? Data put into context is information, right? Information combined with experience is knowledge. So I think and I agree with you. I personally try to live in I try to be a polite person. I say please. I say thank you. You know, I treat people if I go to the supermarket or store, I treat the people there with respect that are working there. You know, I speak calmly. If something's dissatisfied me, I never try to lose my temper, right? I try to stay, positive and ask, politely what can be done and, not to be rude and obnoxious. And I do think the lack of civility in society is exacerbating issues. What Quentin Quisp said to you regarding about, the more an Englishman would dislike you, the more polite he becomes. Because that allows civility to remain, but holds you at a distance, right? Because you've got a barrier up because you're playing strictly by the rules of convention and society and politeness and stuff. And that protects both people in that situation. The person who may be not well received is not insulted publicly, right? And the person who doesn't want to engage isn't getting close enough for hostilities to really, break out between them. So it creates that neutral zone buffer set, and it may not be comfortable for all parties involved, but it prevents, society from tearing. Right, if that makes any sense. I think you know what I'm trying to get to.
I think that makes
There's a reason for it.
I think that makes perfect sense. When I interview people on the radio, I've adopted as my role model for how to conduct an interview is pretty much Dick Cavett, because I don't think my job is to argue with my guests. My job is to do whatever it takes to encourage my guests to keep talking.
Right.
And my job is to showcase the person.
Right. Your job is to be neutral, because what you're getting at is to create an environment that's safe for the interviewee to speak and express their opinion. And if you've got multiple people on a panel that disagree, it's to moderate so that no one person feels run over by the other, right? It is meant to be a civil conversation and discussion, because only when we can talk through things can people hope to have any sort of understanding or develop understanding, right? Because a lot of things are outside people's personal experience, right? And if we were just going to shut people down because they said a thing 20 years ago or in high school or what have you, and there's no coming back from that, then we're all doomed.
Very well put.
Thank you.
Personally, I believe we're all doomed anyway. That's why I'm a goth. But
we're humans, so there's an expiration date.
And the other thing that you said, something that really fascinates me, because I've been noticing this more and more, is in the 61 years that I've been alive, I honestly believe that what I've been observing is, it started in the 80s, but now we're on this almost straight free fall drop where there are no longer any undisputed, empirical, commonly agreed on facts.
Yeah.
Do I believe in canceling people? No. But I also don't know what to do, for example, with the fella that says that the wildfires in California were started by the Jews experimenting with a laser beam. I'm not making this up. This is one of the QAnon.
You laugh at them because it's obvious. No evidence. You laugh at them. It is at the end of the day, it doesn't amount to hill of beans what somebody on the fringe thinks, right, or says. All right. The best way to confront it is to let them say it so that it can be debated and disproven and what have you. And will there always be those people that believe it? Sure. There are people that believe the world is flat, that we have actually empirical evidence that it is not. You're not going to change some people's minds on those things.
I agree with you there. The problem is that we've reached a situation where people that had until, say, 5 years ago even, been marginalized as the funny people with the tinfoil hats have acquired some actual clout and are actually able to do actual damage because now they're on the internet and they can and do actually cause harm.
Well, I think that there's many different factors to it, and I think unfortunately people in this society have gotten a little, what's the word I want to use? Lazy with language is what I'm going to say. If I dislike something, I'm going to call it a conspiracy, right? Or false news, or whatever denigration I'm going to put on it, and I'm not going to be open to looking at it, with openly just consider something and then dismiss it as appropriate, right? It's gotten too easy just to call names and without actually having discussion. And this goes back to the point you were making earlier about people need to be able to have civil conversation, right? And if you can't have civil conversation because you have already demeaned the other person and or their belief system or made assumptions about where they're coming from, right? They could simply be ill-informed. How are you going to inform them differently if you can't talk civilly? Perhaps you're misinformed, and what they're saying is, and I'm not defending the QAnon, laser beam story, whatever. But how do you know that you're not incorrect unless you are willing to explore the facts, right? If we have broad-based opinions about different groups simply because of a label, and so we're shutting off our ability to examine and to think, right? Because we've already prejudged the situation because somebody who belongs to a group that we have labeled such has said why, so therefore I'm going to discredit it, right? I think that's dangerous to a society. I think it's dangerous to individuals. I think the need for civility, I think the need for empirical knowledge and logic all applies. And still people walk away believing whatever they want to believe because human.
One thing that I believe is a large part of the problem. Until the Reagan 80s, so for the first 25, say, years of my life, there was something called the equal time rule. If a television station, a newspaper, a radio station presented one side of any given issue, they had to give equal time to somebody representing the other side to make their case. And this was FCC regulation. There had to be equal time given to both sides. And when that was eliminated, it was no longer possible to have a common set of facts that we all have different opinions about the facts, but we agree this is the information that is reliable and this is true. These are the axioms that all calculations must be based on. And that was when it got dangerous. And we've been joined by a very dangerous man.
I'm dangerous. Hi.
Mr. Agitator. Hello. And hello, Kelly.
Hello.
I think I'm in the right place.
So,
but if I'm not, I just want to hang out with you anyway. So, yeah. They want me to sing and dance, and I'm doing it.
So we're discussing vengeance and mercy in that case.
Cool.
And the
conversation.
But and since the person who was supposed to be running the panel isn't here, what do you guys feel about vengeance and mercy? I'm going to go ahead and assume that Mr. Agitator comes down in favor of vengeance.
It depends. I mean, I think as an abstract concept, To me, I've always been a fan of the punishment fits the crime, right? So like, I think it's kind of strange in our judicial system that sometimes we allow people to get away with certain things, or the sentence is a lot lighter for, say, like, a child predator than it is sometimes for somebody else that's like stealing TVs. I don't get that. So to me, I think if you're in that hurting people willingly, get rid of them. We don't need them.
Well,
One
reason for that particular analogy is usually the guy stealing the TV isn't called Monsignor.
Oh my God. Roll off snare drum. Yeah, I guess. I mean, as an abstract concept, like, I tend to side on mercy more than vengeance, I think, just as a person. I'm filled with third and fourth and fifth chances. And then sometimes that bites me in the ass very heavily. Because then I'll be like, you know what? One more time, and I'll give you your fourth chance. And then it seems like it's going okay. And then, something explodes. And then eventually I get really pissed off. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. So it just...
And, there's an odd thing with that, because there was this one fellow that everybody in my circle of friends, he'd be on my couch, he'd be on somebody else's couch, and he'd be back on my couch again. And you'd give him money. Sometimes he'd come back with what you were paying for. Sometimes he wouldn't.
Right.
Sometimes he'd be... all kinds of things happen. And it was like... And I was talking to one of my other friends who happens to be a Rasta, and I was like, why do we keep doing this? We know by now that we're just pouring money and time and effort down a rat hole. Why do we keep helping the guy? And my Rasta friend said, well, we can't quit now because we're in too deep. You know what I mean? We can't justify all the expense we've already made if we stop now.
We've gone too far. We can't go back. No, I think you can go back is the thing. And then I think you can like hand a document that says like, I think at this point we're looking at $200 for rent, $150 for grocery. Like, come on. You got to make your own way in the world. I'm all for helping people up if you can, but there's a fine line between needing help and taking advantage. So,
And I think each person draws that line slightly differently, where I won't say very generous person, but another person who maybe has fourth, fifth, sixth, 10, chances would see that need help for a lot longer than somebody says, you know what, you're just taking advantage of me. You're not treating me with respect. Right. You're just leeching. Right. And then, of course, you could have a friend that really cannot function, or a family member that cannot really function on their own. Right. So there's an act of we know we're going to have to be helping support this person for the rest of their days as best we can. Because it's the right thing to do, because this person can't function without that support. But there are many grifters out there.
Yeah.
Many grifters that are enabled by friends and family.
Yeah, and I feel like once again, it's. I think what you said was beautifully perfect. Saying, "Hey, at some point, it's about what your personal comfort level is with accepting that as a responsibility." Because some people, they do one favor and they lord it over you for the rest of your life, and then others, if you're happy with taking care of someone and then hey, who am I to look at you and say that's wrong? It's up to you. Can I ask you guys a question? What channel is this?
This is supposed to be a panel.
I'm totally in the wrong place.
Where are you supposed to be?
Channel 2.
And what are you supposed to be doing? Are you about to perform?
I think so. I don't know. I think I'm just talking. I don't know what's happening. I'm just.
I've been living the entire con not knowing what's going on.
I know, right? I'm just happy. I was just happy to see you guys. So I was like, oh, I'm going to stay. Hey.
When are you going to actually be doing some music? I want to make sure I don't miss that.
Well, I was supposed to be doing it 20 minutes ago, and I waited for the link for a while, and then I got the link. And
I'll tell you what. How about if MG and I were to sit back and you were to go ahead and play some music, because I got a channel that's working and you're on it, and we've just been joined by Professor Elemental.
Hey!
Can't hear you, Professor.
And see me and stuff.
I'm gonna let you do your thing. I'm gonna pop out. I'm gonna find channel
I
2.
don't know if you can.
Okay,
You hear me?
okay.
I don't know if I'm in the right place. or something. And I don't know. If you
Yes,
can
I hear you. Can you hear me,
Yeah.
Professor?
I don't know what's going on. Can you hear me first of all? Yes, is that a yes?
Yes.
I can hear you, Professor. Can you hear me?
But I can't hear you at all. So let's have a little fiddle around, see if I can make that happen, because that'd be nice. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Yeah. I mean, am I in the right place? Are you in the right place? Let's do a thing on the chat. Let's find out via the
Are
chat.
you in for minions and RPGs? What's your panel? Hello. Oh my goodness. Tales of Wrong. I didn't even know Tales of Wrong was on the schedule.
Oh, hang on. My manager's calling. Hello. I found my way into somewhere, but I don't I don't know if I'm in the right. Well, I don't know if I can quite make it work yet. But I'm in somewhere. They're trying to get me to check my speakers. Stream 3. Okay.
The big stage.
Okay. Okay, stream 3. All right. Crikey. So I might say goodbye to these two nice people here that I've sort of half met. Okay. Hello. Bye-bye. Might be back in a minute. Don't know what's going on. Cheers. See you. Thanks, love. All right.
That's that. This is supposed to be, I think, Dragon Poker is supposed to be in here.
So so the big stage is stream 3 and Professor Elemental is about to perform?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's your understanding. So if I jump off here and I go to stream 3, I can be watching Professor Elemental?
Yes, you can be.
I think I would like to do that. How about yourself?
That's fine. I think I'll just hang to see if I can get a hold of someone to see when the next panel is going to start. So
I might see you again, but it seems to me like I need to check the other streams. Unfortunately, nobody's giving me any direction whatsoever. They're telling me you're one of the administrators. Keep these streams running and good luck. So
wait. Who's an administrator? You? Me? What?
I'm one of the administrators. I don't know.
Okay.
So are you, apparently. Anyway,
I didn't know that.
I'm going to see what's going on the other streams, and I'll be back probably.
Yeah, this is supposed to be Ron Berquist is supposed to be doing, I think, Dragon Poker, and in the stream, according to the schedule.
Honestly, that doesn't interest me anyway. I think I'm going to toddle off.
Okie dokie. Ron Berquist.
Have fun, though.
Thank you. Great.
And I'm back.
You're back.
Hey,
Okay.
I guess this is where
You just missed Professor Elemental. So what's supposed to be happening now?
We're
I'm
just all
supposed to be an
swapping.
engineer, and I don't know.
I don't know what's going on. I'm so lost.
I have
So you do that as well as storyboarding and stuff? Mm-hmm. Department?
Yeah, I've been doing film artwork since, well, my first official credit was in the 70s, late 70s. And then like I had said off camera, there's a lot of stuff that's not up there that I've done. I've worked on a lot of films. I've done tons of commercials. I probably did, I don't know, maybe 150, 200 commercials and advertising videos and things like that. And then I have a lot of features up there as well.
Mm-hmm. And you've also been like, I see you were in
cards, and there's relics that are glued to the cards. Horror films and a couple of is great, especially the Disney comics.
Mm-hmm.
They're
I see you do a lot in the art department.
Yeah, I've been doing film artwork since, well, my first official credit was in the 70s, late 70s. And then, like I had said off camera, there's a lot of stuff that's not up there that I've done. I've worked on a lot of films. I've done tons of commercials. I probably did, I don't know, maybe 150, 200 commercials and advertising videos and things like that. And then I have a lot of features up there as well.
Mm-hmm. And you've also been like, I see you were in Pete's Dragon.
Yep, when I was a child actor, yeah.
So also, what kind of voice acting do you do? Is it for like cartoons?
I just got done doing voice acting for a couple of films, horror films, and a couple of like mature films, like suspense horror things.
Well, there you have it, Cynthia. We have no idea.
Yep. But we are about to have the suicide puppets. Am I throwing up the horns properly? I'm always worried I'm going to throw the wrong horns. Really?
You're doing it perfect.
Dang it. Is this it? I hope this is it.
We'll take it. Yeah.
So, Chelsea, I will help Cynthia find the right place, but I did want to introduce the suicide puppets, but I also wanted to thank our guests. So, if I might, I would like to thank especially Orc Girl for heading up Villainous Drinking.
Yay! Thank you.
You should all go to orcgirl.com. You should all go support her Patreon. You should all go and buy her various media works in various media formats, some of which must not be spoken because I assume they're the Necronomicon.
You can find them on the my vendor shop here on evilexpo.com too, guys.
Yes.
Actually,
and
to that.
Oh yes, I can totally post a link to that from the private chat.
Yep. Let me see. I can probably do it too. Hang on. Just get me bring it.
I'd like to thank DJ Christine, who came out and did a portion of her set and was awesome. Thank you, DJ Christine.
She's been awesome.
I'd like to thank author M.G. Martin, who might possibly be in the other stream.
Hear me? Not hear me?
I can.
Hey!
I can hear you just fine.
And if it's all right with you, if it's all right with you, I'd like to deputize Cynthia to take my place in the evil author stream, so that I stay here with the suicide puppet, if you don't mind.
Well, that's just fine.
In the other stream, Jeff?
Yes, the other stream, the evil author stream.
You told me to stream one.
I was wrong. It's the other stream. So
curse you. I'll see you later.
I'd like to thank everyone. You're all awesome, and I will now bring in the amazing Dan from the Suicide Puppets. Huzzah!
How's it going?
Woot!
So I sent over a bunch of music videos you guys could play for us tonight. If you have any questions for me, please feel free to ask.
100%. I might ask you to just tell us a bit about your music while I call up Robbie real quick.
Oh, fair.
And I'll be right back.
Well, my name is Veritas Suicide. I'm the drummer for the band Suicide Puppets. We are an industrial-infused metal band out of central Pennsylvania, or more specifically Harrisburg, PA. Last year, we won Best Metal Band award at the first ever Central Pennsylvania Music Awards. Sorry, my dog is attacking my feet. We're actually up for that nomination again this year. We're also up for Album of the Year. We just released our first album off of Unable Records called Tales of Living and Dying on Slaughter Ridge Road. You can find it on our merch site at puppetmerch.com. That's puppetmerch.com. And there's a whole slew of other garbage you can buy on there too. T-shirts. We have our own little voodoo dolls of each band member that you can buy so you can focus with pins and whatnot. It's kind of fun. And unfortunately, due to COVID, our shows have been kind of slim, far, and not really existent. The last thing we've done was we did a music festival out in Chicago back in September, and that was about it. We were looking forward to playing this one live, but this is where we're at right now, and I believe we're scheduled to come back to the one in, is that June or July?
I think it's July.
July, yeah. That's one in King of Prussia, correct?
What was that?
That's out in King of Prussia, correct?
I believe so.
All right, cool. Yeah. So as far as I know, we are performing at that one. So I'm pretty excited about that. My guitarist Tattooicide was supposed to show up at my house and do this with me, but he didn't show. That's all right. He's probably tattooing somebody. That's what he do. We're actually in the middle of recording our next album. We don't have a name for it yet, but we're actually shopping it to a different record label. Sorry, again, my dog's attacking my feet. Yeah. I mean, that's all we got going on for right now. Nothing too exciting. Other than recording the next album. We got 5 songs in the pocket right now, hoping to get another 5 done in the next couple months. We want to get we'd like to release this next album by August, September timeframe. Realistically, maybe October again, because Halloween is our time of year. And I'm not very good at public speaking.
You're doing fine.
I run out of things to say pretty quick. Yeah. So I believe the voting has stopped for best metal band again and album of the year. So I was gonna say go and vote, but you can't. You can follow us on Facebook, Suicide Puppets Band, Instagram, Suicide Puppets, Twitter, Suicide Puppets. We're also on Spotify and iTunes and you name it. If it's available on a streaming service, we're there.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm glad
And
that
you
you
will
guys.
be
Oh, I was gonna say I'm just glad you got. I know you said you wanted to perform in person, but it's still cool that we get to see you guys here.
Oh heck yeah, absolutely. I'm thrilled that we're able to do this. Luckily we had some videos and some stuff we could send over so we could at least play that. So that way it gives you a little taste of what to expect when you come see us live. Our live stage show is fun. Just put it that way. You have to experience it.
Right. It's definitely always different talking through stream.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask a question, if I may.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm Chelsea Goodwin. I have a radio show locally here in the Catskills on IOX called In Goth We Trust. I will be approaching you. Do you have a radio packet, or I want to arrange to have you as calling guests on my show and play some of your music, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have an EPK if that's what you're looking for.
That'd be perfect.
Awesome. If you want to put your info in the chat here, I can forward all that fun stuff to you. We are signed to Distilled Entertainment, so a lot of it has to go through our manager, but something like this we can probably do in-house. I'm unprepared. I'll dig it. Cool. I like that email. I'll Tell you, we got new carpet put in the house, and now I can't find any of my pens because we had to move everything around. I got this. Most of our songs do have explicit lyrics. I think we have a couple that we did have edited. Just fair warning.
That is okay. Dan, I apologize. It appears that Robbie might have had a slip and fall incident, and he might have a minor cranium injury. Forgive me. I've only ever done StreamYard from the admin side. Do you have share screen capabilities from there? If not, I believe I can share your videos from here. But Robbie has them all on his hard drive, but at the moment I believe he is lying down with a bunch of ice on his head.
There is a share button on here, and I've never done this before, so I can probably figure it out.
I apologize for this. We had not expected the snowstorm, and Robbie, while a splendid fellow, has a head that is not as hard as mine. I personally have been hit with baseball bats, and all I did was act very confused for a while and accidentally start a world war. I would like to personally thank you for your patience on this. We do have a small medical issue with the person who has your videos on the hard drive, and I'm sorry about that.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. Let me see.
But
I'm seeing if I can grab them off my laptop, because everything that or not my laptop, Mac, everything I do, everything that we have done is just sitting on iTunes, or not iTunes, YouTube. I can't speak English.
I will tell you that my basic secret to success in stream sharing is making sure that I share the things that I want to share and not my actual navigation history. Because if people saw my actual browser history, it's basically nothing but why Napoleon died, Elba, and is Napoleon dead, and can join Napoleon's army, and Napoleon reincarnation, which is just, you know.
I have some live footage here.
Oh, Mr. Jeff.
I'm streaming live.
I need someone to check stream 2 to see if there are any comments.
I don't have access to stream 2.
Pardon
I
me
have
one
access to
second.
stream 1.
I have another minor emergency, which is totally normal.
That's kind of how it goes all weekend long, I'm sure.
Well, let's see if this does anything. I brought up another screen. I don't know what the heck's going on here.
What are you trying to do?
Well, I found footage on my Mac of video footage my wife took when we were in Chicago. And it just...
You're wanting to show it on the screen?
Yeah.
If you go, if you're looking at your screen, you go to the bottom, you see where it says mute, stop cam, cam mic, and share?
Right. I clicked on that, and it said video file, and I brought the video file, and now it's put it next to my picture at the bottom here.
Oh, there you go. Oh, now we see you again.
Oh, let's try this again.
I just added it to the screen, which should work.
You got it.
Ta-da! Now I don't know how to get back to myself. Remove. Ah! So there we go. Yeah, so that was from Chicago. I think I have a couple more. Ooh, what's this? Now it's probably making a liar out of me. Oh, okay. Here is a lyric video for one of our songs off of our album, Tales of Living and Dying on Slaughter Ridge Road. The song is called Hate You Right Back. This is the actual lyric video for it. Surprised it's on here. I guess I gotta wait for it to load. Yeah, so sorry about the sound quality on this stuff. It was recorded on my wife's phone. So you just kind of get what you get with that. I don't know why this is taking forever in a day. Let's try this again. Yay, technology. Right there.
Are you having a hard time bringing it up, or?
I don't. Man. I wonder if it's just.
You got it.
Close, I got one foot in the grave. Hate is my friend, and it's better that way. Listening closely to the voices might say they think you're all fucked, and today is the day. Like you all, I'm tired to kill. Listen to death when a certain goes kill. I see you're still bleeding. 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 Look in your eyes, I can see my face. Twisted our thoughts, and I'm loving this place. Isn't any death is how it all began. Bet your own ass will never happen again. Like you all, I'm tired to kill. Pressing your death and a sudden your skill. Take a step forward, I'll hate you right back. Don't believe all the things they say about me. If you take a step forward, I'll hate you right back. My scars are real, will never see me bleed. If you take a step forward, I'll hate you right back. Don't believe all the things they say about me. If you take a step forward, I'll hate you right back. My scars are real, you'll never see me bleed.
Gruesome discovery, and police yesterday found dismembered human body parts stuffed in a suitcase in a popular neighborhood. They quickly called in a medical examiner to confirm that those remains were indeed human.
Details in a bizarre murder case out of Pennsylvania and telling investigators where to find the bodies are facing murder charges.
Instead, he shot and killed that man and then buried the body on his family's property.
And like I said, that is Hate You Right Back from our album Tales of Living and Dying on Slaughter Ridge Road. As you can tell by the lyrics of the song, we're very fluffy and happy people. All right, let's see if I can find some other fun stuff here we can take a gander at. I have a promo video, but that's not going to help. Man, what is this? I think this is from when we played with Stabbing Westward back in September 2019 at HMAC in downtown Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. And subsequently, we were supposed to go on, do a couple show dates with them in Florida and I think a couple in Texas. And then COVID happened. We all know what happened with that. My entire life ceased to be. No, I'm just kidding. Just gotta wait for this to load up. That old Tom Petty song, "The Waiting is the Hardest Part." So does anybody have any questions or anything about the inception of the band or what direction we're going? Or
I have a very devious mind, and it occurred to me that during this Evil Expo festival, we have several people from Trauma Films, and what we just heard sounded like Trauma Film soundtrack material to me. Just saying.
we will, yeah, absolutely. Any track anybody wants to use, just get a hold of us. 99.9% of the time, we will give you permission to use it.
As I also mentioned on the chat, I think the one we just heard would make great pro wrestling entrance music for somebody.
Well, it's funny you should say that. A friend of mine in Colorado, he's in charge of Colorado Springs Wrestling, and he actually uses one of our songs for their intro for any of the shows that they do on Twitch and YouTube and stuff like that. So that's kind of cool. And we actually, one of the songs that we recorded for the new album, I actually sent him a demo version of that, and he wants to use that for their new CSW stuff too. And I said, we got to wait till it's done and released, but then yes, you can use it.
Are you at liberty to tell us who your friend in CSW is? I'm a fan.
Oh wow! Well, he's part of production, so he doesn't wrestle or anything. But his name is Joshua Torres. He has his own podcast too, called Minefields Podcast. Go check him out. Actually, it was a year ago. I think two days ago. It was a year anniversary from when he interviewed me as Veritas Suicide on his podcast. So that was kind of cool. It's like,
so how did you guys get together, and what made you decide that this kind of like quasi death metal was the creative direction you wanted to go in? And don't misunderstand, I love it.
No misunderstanding at all. The band started back in 2007, and it was just the lead singer Twisty and the bassist Johnny Suicide, and they put out an ad in a local. It was a local radio station, had like a under the radar type of a thing, looking for musicians. They put an ad on that, and I answered the ad as for drummer, and they sent me a couple songs, and at the time, the writing wasn't as powerful as it is now. Like, we've obviously gotten better over the years, and we've learned how to write a lot better. And the main, when we got together and we discussed where we wanted to go as a direction of this band, it was all basically every song that we write, most of them are all about serial killers, murder, and death. It's just what we're about. So that, it's kind of where the face makeup comes into play. Everybody's got their own spiel. Johnny Suicide has like a bullet hole wound in his head. He's got an exit wound out of the back. So we're all kind of like zombified in some sort of shape or form. And it's just, and that's part of the reason why we stand out a little bit more than most of the metal bands in our area, just because of our whole shtick, like what we're doing, and that's how we got signed to Distilled Entertainment for our management company. They're out of California. They love everything that we're doing, and they've gotten us a lot further than we have on our own. It helps to have management behind you, and they actually got us our record deal with Unable Records. But like I said, for this new album, we're kind of going a different direction, and we're shopping it to a couple of different labels currently. This is annoying me. It's funny you brought up about movies. I have a friend in California who also, she makes independent films. I don't know if any of them have ever made it to like Sundance or anything like that, but she does a lot of horror stuff. So I'm always like trying to push her buttons. Hey, we have music that's perfect for your movies. All right, now of course this isn't gonna want to work.
I mean, it really is. I can see building a movie around your characters. I mean,
Yeah, no, that's actually kind of perfect. We back in the day, a few years ago, our bassist Johnny Suicide was actually working on a comic book about all of us. I'm not sure what happened with that.
That's a nice direction, though. When you have a comic, then maybe do a couple of animated videos.
Oh, absolutely. Well, the concept art we had for the last album was actually supposed to look like a comic book, but then there was a little dissent somewhere along the way, and we had to fix things. But yeah, the original artwork for the album was actually supposed to look like an old school comic that you would get, like from Tales from the Crypt type of a situation. Oh, why is this taking forever? All right. I mean, I'd hate to. We are all. Well, let's. There we go. Alrighty. And that song was called Jesus Loves Me. It's anything but what you think it's about.
You mean it's not about murder and mayhem and slaughter and blasphemy?
Well, actually, that's what it is about. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, and unfortunately, I think that's all I have on my Mac as far as anything that's completed. I know I have a video here for 6x6, but I don't. It's a song that's about Richard Ramirez. Are you guys familiar with Richard Ramirez?
Do tell.
So Richard Ramirez was a serial killer back in the, I want to say it was mid 80s, early 90s, somewhere around there, out in California. He was pretty brutal about it too. Let's see if I can get this to work. I don't know if it's the full. It may have been something I was messing with that I never finished video-wise.
Are all evil
yep,
in some form or another. Are we not?
Oh, all right. Sorry. So I guess that wasn't finished.
Love the little homage to Hitchcock there.
Yeah. Caught that? Yeah. So that's that song is called 6x6. It's about Richard Ramirez, and he would actually have sex with the corpses. It was an interesting character to say the least. Yeah, just that stinks. I wish that was finished.
So, how did you come by this fascination with serial killers?
Oh, that's a very, very good question. I think it's just how messed up they are, and a lot of it has to deal with, like, if you actually read up on some of these serial killers, it's a lot of their like social environment, what they grew up in, is kind of what molded them into what they are, or what they were. Most of the guys we sing about are dead, but yeah, it's just reading up on them. It's like, holy crap! Like, I thought I was weird, but like these individuals are just really, really far out there, and it's just fascinating to us, like how you can go from a normal individual and then just something happens in your life and you just snap, and just everything goes to pot.
Who was your first serial killer that made an impression? I mean, obviously, I don't like to admit being from the baby boom generation, but Charles Manson was the king in my day, and then Dahmer and Gacy and the rest came along. Which was the one that caught your attention first?
Believe it or not, are you familiar with Richard Kuklinski?
No, but I like the name.
Richard Kuklinski was also nicknamed the Iceman. He started out. It's interesting how his life came to be. He started out as just a regular farm boy, and his dad was an alcoholic, and his dad used to beat him. So at a young age, he learned that in order to assert dominance, you just have to be stronger than anybody else. So how he turned into his murderous ways, if you will, he actually got into a fight at a bar and actually killed somebody with a cue stick. Somehow he got away with it. But years later, he found out that he had a knack for killing people, and the mob actually got a hold of it and found out about his ways of doing it. Like his ways of murdering people was pretty interesting. He would use cyanide a lot because it was untraceable, and it just looked like somebody had a heart attack. Like you just walk up to somebody at a club or a bar and just like trip and oh, I spilled my drink on you, and it's got cyanide on it, and it soaks into their clothes, and then they wind up dying from it. And he got the nickname the Iceman because towards the end of his killing sprees, he would actually freeze the bodies and then dump them somewhere else. And by the time they thawed out, the coroners couldn't figure out, when it was that they actually died. I guess because that has something to do with freezing. I don't know. That's above my pay grade. But it was really cool, and it's interesting to me though how while he was doing all this, he was also a family man. And his family had no idea. He was like a loving father. He loved his children, loved his wife. But every now and again, he would just randomly get up from the dinner table and say, I got to go take care of some business. They thought he was a businessman, and he would go out and kill somebody. So the way he could separate the two it's just amazing. And he did it all for his family because he wanted his family to have a better life than he did. So if you can watch documentary interviews about Richard Kuklinski, and throughout the entire interview, he's like, deadpan, like straight face, and as soon as they bring up his family, it's the only time he breaks down in tears because he was upset that he failed at his family. That was the one thing he didn't want his family to be disappointed in him.
That's almost sad.
It is. It really is. But to be able to separate, murderous individual from like, oh, I do this and then I go home and I put more Christmas presents together for the kids, and nobody knew.
That is very strange.
Yeah, the only reason he got caught, and he says it in the interviews, is that the only reason he got caught is he was getting older, he was getting sloppy.
Well, murderers always get sloppy. Anybody ever watched Columbo knows that.
Sure. I'm familiar.
Have you ever actually met one? I ask because back in the 80s, I had the misfortune, as it were, of meeting Daniel Rakowitz and Randy Easterday. And Daniel Rakowitz, you might remember, was the fellow who murdered his girlfriend, Monica Beale.
Oh, okay.
From the producers of Wetworks, Bar Olympics, and Bloodstab comes a terrifying and bizarre new horror movie classic.
In these woods lives a monster! Part man, part deer!
Like a deer man?
Beware the woods!
This is gonna be the best stag party, beer drinking, sexing weekend of our lives.
Chronic wasting disease. When it infects males of the species, it's been known to make them abnormally and extremely aggressive.
What happens if one of them bites you?
Don't piss me off.
What happens in my badge?
If you are bitten,
oh, jeez!
You too will become a monster.
It's over $35 million, and that's a lot of dough. What are you gonna do? Throw away all those bucks?
You're doomed!
Buckle up with him and hold on for dear life.
You're doomed!
Dear life!
Dear life!
Randy, are you?
Yeah, dude!
Our beautiful penises!
Dear life! Yeah, dude!
Just another Zoomer working in social media.
Could I get an advance?
Maybe. I can pay you back some other way?
Until he was promoted to freelance.
Is he? Hannah!
Now, one fateful encounter.
I got a gig today. I'm filming a Craigslist lady.
Now come look at this. There's gotta be some industrial meat waste, or worse, a bio attack. Whatever it is, it's polluting my home.
Will send him across the big rotten apple.
Buzz us up, please.
And who might you be?
East River Cleanup Committee.
On a cum-pumping odyssey of homeless perverts, goth bitches, voluntary celibates, and a fuck-ton more. Can John expose the conspiracy against our reproductive future? Or will they get him by the balls? The secret of Cook Island, whose seed is in you. Coming soon.
And greetings from Tromaville. Tonight we embark on a magical journey into a new era of wonderment for the Troma team. We bid adieu to our past endeavors of the grotesque and unsightly, so that we may present to you the most accurate and compelling production of The Tempest ever brought to the silver screen. Join us now as we evoke the spirit of enchantment, as we tell this tale of magic, family, loss of power, betrayal, and above all, brutal revenge, as only the Bard and the Troma team can do. Our revels now are ended, and these, our actors, as I foretold you, are spirits and are melted into air, into thin air. And like the baseless fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped mountains, the solemn temples, the glorious palaces, the great globe itself, yea, all which it inherits shall dissolve.
Those scat-covered snowflakes are caught in the shitstorm!
I found a cure for opioid addiction. What I didn't realize is that the opioid addiction is a $50 billion industry, enriching the elites. All these years I've been planning my revenge against Avon Bard and all the world. I had Ariel infiltrate their boat and using gallons of whale laxative, lured them to their doom. Tis I who's beckoning. Time's up and welcome to your final reckoning. We are such stuff as dreams are made of, and our little life is rounded with a sleeve. And so, ladies and gentlemen, let the sparkle in your eyes twinkle as the time grows nearer. For hashtag Shakespeare's Shitstorm is coming soon to your local theater. Now, excuse me, I've got to practice. I've got to accompany Lizzo. She's got a big concert at Chuck E. Cheese. Excuse me.
Hey, what's up, Evil Expo? Brian Asman here with my lecture, How to Make a Monster. I wish I could be there in person, but unfortunately couldn't make it this year. Hope to see you next year. Big thanks to Jeff for having me, and away we go. All right, making a monster. So in this lecture, I'm going to teach you how to create your own monsters. How do you come up with one that we haven't seen before, one that people are going to remember? And how do you introduce it to readers or viewers? Okay, so first, wait, who the hell am I? Who am I to tell you how to make monsters? Well, I'm a writer, actor, and producer from San Diego, California. A couple of my novellas are out now, Nunchuck City, Jailbroke, and my Clerks-inspired horror novella, I'm Not Even Supposed to Be Here Today. Those are all available on Amazon and various other places where you can buy books. I have an MFA from UCR Palm Desert. And you can find me on social media. It's at the Brian Asman across all social media sites. So real easy, or you can find my website, brianasmanbooks.com. So before we get started, I just wanted to show you a couple of my favorite villains. There's really too many to list, but just a handful of favorites here. We got Michael Myers from the Halloween series, just the embodiment of pure evil. Mutagen Man from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. He's kind of like an anti-hero slash villain slash becomes a hero depending on which continuity you're in, but he's such a tragic figure. He's this bucket of guts that subsists on mutagen. So I've always loved him. The character design's amazing too. Skeletor, just when you're talking about just like pure evil, evil for evil's sake, Skeletor is always cool. Bronson from Street Trash up here, the kind of the homeless crime lord from that movie, and slash Vietnam vet, and he has like a knife that's made from a femur that he kills people with. He's pretty awesome. The Killer Clowns from Outer Space. I would be remiss to do any lecture on any topic without mentioning Killer Clowns. Then, of course, we also have Jim Halpert from The Office, the original Donkey Kong, Star from Preacher, and The Thing. So a couple of my favorite villains, and yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about what is a monster. So the dictionary defines monster as any animal or human grotesquely deviating from the normal shape, behavior, or character. But for this lecture, I'm going to get a little bit more specific. So what's a monster according to Brian? Well, I'm going to call it an extra normal being of grotesque aspect. So extra normal means it doesn't exist in our present world. So what's in? Vampires, werewolves, mutant bears. What's out? Serial killers, dogs with rabies, or regular bears. So smell you later, Hannibal. Fucking jerk. Okay, so when we're talking about creating monsters, one thing I want you to remember is that origins are overrated. We don't need to know specifically where a given monster comes from because deep in our bones, deep in our ancestral genetic memory, we already know they come from out there, beyond the campfire, in the darkness, the places that we can't see, under the bed, in the closet, yada yada, right? Too much origin does kind of pose some risks. The more complicated your story, the more people can poke holes in it. The best origin stories are generally ones that can be related in a single sentence, like a mad scientist creates life out of a bunch of dead body parts, or An ancient beast like Godzilla is awakened by nuclear testing. One really awesome quote-unquote origin story that's not an origin story is from Clive Barker's Nightbreed. The tribes of the moon have just always existed among us. And from a sheer villain punk standpoint, I think this movie is a must-watch if you haven't seen it. Because this is really the monsters are the heroes and the humans are the monsters. But wait! Entire genres of horror are predicated upon the idea of becoming an other, often against one's will, like body horror, for example, stuff like The Fly. And origin stories can engender empathy. And you also need to remember the monster still needs to make sense in the world you have created, origin or no. So if you create a world where magic exists, that's one thing. But if you create a world where, it's kind of they have science, but it's like an accelerated version of our own science. So think like, Iron Man's tech in Marvel and stuff like that, you just need to think about the world you're creating and whether your monster fits into it. So as you can see here, I'm going to make a very bold statement and then argue with myself throughout this entire presentation. So it's going to be very interesting. All right. Another principle, weaknesses are strengths. There's a difference between watching people trying to survive and watching people who are only waiting to die. If you make a monster like far too powerful, it actually gets a little bit boring because what are you going to do against something that powerful? Nothing. You're just going to die. There's really if there's no possibility of escape, no possibility of survival, then the story just kind of becomes depressing and not exciting. So it's kind of like I know this is a villain convention, but the primary example is actually not a monster, but Superman. Superman, people have trouble telling Superman stories because he's so powerful. Really, the only way to make a Superman story interesting is essentially, unless you're creating some kind of cosmic being like Doomsday that can go toe-to-toe with him, but you have to essentially put the people he cares about in danger. And so that's one thing you have to think about. But generally, I like monsters that have some sort of weakness, because then your characters might possibly survive the monster attack. But wait, what about godlike beings such as Cthulhu? Well, in a lot of Lovecraftian fiction, the threat isn't the elder god itself. It's like cultists who are trying to summon it or awaken it, or you have characters like being driven insane through dreams and stuff like that. You're not just going to go fight Cthulhu. That's not really a thing. And I know you're saying, wait, in the original story, Call of Cthulhu, the guy rams the boat into him. No, he rams the boat into a vision of Cthulhu. So there, put that in your pipe and smoke it. All right. One thing that monsters really need is a splash of humanity. If you make your monster relatable, it's going to be memorable. It's really key to understand your monster's motivations. What do they want? You want your readers or your viewers to feel at least a little bit conflicted as to who they want to triumph, right? All of us monster kids, we always root for the monsters, at least in part. If monsters are a dark mirror of ourselves, we need to recognize something there. Otherwise, it's not going to work. But wait, what about truly alien monsters, such as the xenomorph, things that are completely unrecognizable as related to us at all? Well, every creature has a motivation that we can identify with. It might be survival, might be reproduction, it might be sustenance. The question kind of becomes for like a xenomorph, like something like a xenomorph. Does a creature kill to eat or to reproduce, or does it kill just to kill? Right? And I think if something kills to kill, it's harder for us to identify with. But if it kills to eat or to reproduce or some other sort of motivation, then that becomes a much more memorable monster. And of course, if a creature's survival and our own naturally conflict, where there's no clear good and evil, well, hello, pathos. The story just gets that much more exciting. Okay, another thing you want to do when creating monsters, mutate those stale tropes. You need to know the tropes of your genre in order to be able to contemporize them, to subvert them, to play with them. We've seen dumb zombies, elegant vampires, and all kinds of sorts of combos. So what about like refined zombies or idiot vamps? And there's a couple examples over here from movies of things that are great examples of people playing around with tropes. So you have like What We Do in the Shadows. Well, we have funny vampires, or swearwolves, if you've seen the movie. 28 Days Later, that was one of the very iconic fast zombie movies, as opposed to the shambling slow zombies from Night of the Living Dead. And then you have Cabin in the Woods, which does all kinds of stuff with tropes, including my favorite, the absolutely disgusting merman. That thing was freaking gross, and it's amazing. I love it so much. Another thing with tropes you can do is you can just mash a bunch of stuff up into something new. If you think about like Nemesis from Resident Evil, for example, that's like a zombie cyborg Frankenstein thing with a freaking rocket launcher. And say what you will about the Resident Evil movies, they have some very, very memorable iconography. But wait! If you don't engage with well-established tropes, readers might actually wonder if you're even aware of them. So you can actually acknowledge tropes and dismiss them using humor. So, for example, sunlight? That only works in the movies, Dr. Vampire PhD scoffed. Okay, another thing you can do when creating monsters, reflect the hero via mirroring. And here I have the classic example, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. And so the idea here is you take a fundamental part of the protagonist's personality, who they are, and you turn it against them. The monster's strength can reflect the hero's weakness and vice versa. So if you're using this technique right, it's going to ensure that the conflict works on both a superficial level in that it's an interesting conflict, but also a subtextual level where the hero is kind of fighting himself. So one great film example of doing this is in the original RoboCop. ED-209 is like this exaggerated, like amped up version of RoboCop, but of RoboCop's abilities, right? So he's a bigger robot. He's got like Gatling guns, yada, yada. What he doesn't have is RoboCop's soul. So Alex Murphy is what makes RoboCop who he is, right? It's not just the cyborg parts. It's not the gun, all that. So that's one example of mirroring that really works, where you have you take the soul out of RoboCop and have him fight that husk, which is ED-209. But wait, doing this literally can yield palette swappy results. So if you think about Riot in the Venom movie, for example, and now I enjoyed that movie, don't get me wrong, but I challenge anyone to tell me what the hell is going on at any particular moment in the final fight between Riot and Venom, because they look almost exactly alike. And, I'm partially colorblind, so it's very hard for me to tell like what's what, right? And so it looks like he's just fighting himself. For anyone who's not familiar with the term palette swappy, it comes from video games. So essentially video games, like the 8-bit and 16-bit games back in the 80s and 90s, they only had so much memory. And so in order to create variety, you'd have characters who were essentially the same design but different colors. So you take like Scorpion and Sub-Zero from Mortal Kombat, for example. That was because of a big limitation in memory in video games. But when you're writing movies or writing books or writing comics, you don't necessarily have those same limitations. So it's just something to be careful of. For example, in my two examples, we have Riot and Venom right here, who essentially look the same, and it's really hard to tell what's going on. And then you have Black Panther and Killmonger. And from a characterization standpoint, Black Panther is awesome. From an actual visual standpoint, not so great. Black Panther is essentially fighting himself right here, and it's just kind of a boring looking fight. And when you use mirroring, think about how to mirror strengths, weaknesses, and even character experiences in unexpected ways. And in the next slide, I'm going to give you some examples of exactly what I'm talking about, right? So mirroring in action. I think most of you are probably familiar with Pet Sematary, either the movies or the Stephen King book. But in Pet Sematary, the main character, Louis Creed, is a doctor. He also served as a mortician's apprentice as a teenager because his uncle was a mortician. So he's been around death all his life. He's very comfortable with death. And the Micmac burial ground and the Wendigo play upon what his strength, right? They take his the fact that he's so comfortable with death, and that's why he's able to actually go into the graveyard, dig up his dead son, drag his body for 6 miles, and bury him in this forgotten burial ground, right? So it's, his strengths become a weakness, and the monster, which is, whether you say it's the Wendigo or the burial ground or whatever, the monster is kind of the mirror image of Lewis Creed's strengths. Okay, it's alive! Now what? In this next section, let's talk about some techniques you can use to introduce your monster to readers. Okay, I call this one the creation. So if a monster is intended to be sympathetic, showing its creation can engender sympathy. And now, if you remember a couple slides ago when I was talking about how monsters don't always need origins, well, this is where I continue to argue with myself, right? If you're doing like a monster as hero build, so like Toxic Avenger or something like that, or the Hulk, you kind of need to show the creation. You need to show what this thing or what this person was before it became monstrous. That makes us feel sympathy, right? So, and it's kind of a source of horror in and of itself. So, like The Fly, for example, watching Seth Brundle mutate from a very good-looking young Jeff Goldblum to whatever the hell this thing is, it's painful to watch, right? So the creation, pros of this approach, well, it engenders sympathy between reader and monster. Cons is you do lose a little bit of mystery if you wanted to play with that whole where did this thing come from. Hey, the glimpse, right? So the glimpse is when you just introduce a monster to either a reader or a viewer by showing just a tiny portion of it, right? So it's, you just show the toe, for example, and it hints at what the monster actually looks like. So the cool thing here is it really engages the reader's imagination and it makes them complicit in the scare. So if you just show a reader, if you just show a reader or a viewer a monster, well, they're not really they're not like an accomplice in that, right? They're a recipient. But if you engage their imagination, suddenly they're riding shotgun with you, and it's really awesome. So pros of using the glimpse, it's going to excite the reader more than any kind of florid description ever could, or, again, in movies, just hinting at things. Just the hint of a monster on the other side of the door is way scarier than some freaking CGI creation. Cons, it can be a little confusing if the reader or viewer isn't sure what they're supposed to be looking at, right? So just needs to be handled a little bit carefully there. Okay, another way to introduce a monster is via the demonstration of power. So I'd imagine there's probably a lot of people here that watch wrestling. So, but for anyone who doesn't know, a jobber is kind of like a low-level wrestler who's employed essentially just to make a big-name wrestler look good. So, for example, in this shot right here, that's The Undertaker, and this is some guy, right? And so The Undertaker is fighting some guy in front of this audience to make himself look more badass. Look at him. He's chokeslamming this guy. That's pretty awesome. And we all walk out of that arena going, man, did you see when The Undertaker chokeslammed that random dude? He messed him up. And that's essentially what it is, right? So with the demonstration of power, you're essentially introducing your monster by showing what it can do. Oftentimes, this will take place in a cold open. So if you think about the Velociraptor scene in the beginning of Jurassic Park, right? So they're trying to move this gigantic crate, right? And all of a sudden the guy gets kind of sucked into it and we don't see what did it, right? So this is kind of a combination of the glimpse and the demonstration of power. We see the result of the monster's actions. We don't actually see the monster itself in this case, but we do know that we should be afraid when we see the guy get sucked into the crate, essentially. So pros of this approach, it illustrates what the monster is and what it does in a very literal manner. And it also shows the reader or the viewer why they should be afraid of your monster. Cons, so how to escalate, right? So if you show your gigantic kaiju monster destroying a city in the first scene, we know to be afraid of it, but where do you go from there, right? How do you top that? Because you want the conflict and the plot to escalate over time, right? Exactly. Another con is this demonstration of power approach usually involves the sacrifice of a very inconsequential character, right? So the random dude in the Jurassic Park opening sequence, we don't know that guy. We don't care about that guy. All we know is that he's a guy being eaten by a monster. So it's not as emotional for us as if we got to know him and knew his kids and knew that he liked to go fishing on Sundays and eat waffles at the diner or whatever. And that's what we're losing with his death, right? So it's a good way to just kind of demonstrate what your monster can do, but that initial emotional connection with the reader, it's kind of, you got to manage that sometimes. All right, so demonstrations of power in practice. So it's really not exclusive to horror. It can be applied in any genre, and this is a villain convention, and villains are in all genres. So I really want to emphasize that point. So in crime movies and thriller movies, things like that, you can have a good guy, you can have a deadly assassin take out like a room full of guys with guns or something like that. And then the reader or the viewer will know why they should be afraid of that character. You can also use it for heroic characters, though. You can illustrate their competency early on. If anyone's familiar with the Save the Cat, the screenwriting book, that's named after a particular moment in film called the Save the Cat moment, where you show that your protagonist is actually a good guy because he does something to help someone, right? So this is kind of like that, only with ass kicking. If you think back to like The Matrix, right? The opening scene of The Matrix with Trinity, where she very easily and quickly demonstrates why she is a total badass. So that's just some examples of how you might use the demonstration of power to reveal your monster to the reader. And speaking of reveals, let's talk about the reveal. So this is what happens when your monster is introduced as like just a regular character and their monstrosity gradually reveals itself. So it could be a sudden sort of demasking, or it could be like just a gradual realization on the part of your characters that they're in the presence of evil. Like if you think about The Thing, for example, the body snatcher build in The Thing. We don't know who the Thing is. We just know that it's among us. There are a couple of different ways to handle. You can have disguises, transformations. You can have infections, like in zombie movies, for example. If you think about the person who's hiding their zombie bite from the rest of the group, right? And over here, I have one of my favorite examples from the Garfield Halloween special from the 80s, which is one of the reasons why, honestly, I write horror today, and I am not joking when I say this. So you've got the reveal right here, which is, this whole scene is essentially a play on The King in Yellow, but you have Garfield going up to this character on the street and pulling off their mask to show Odie that, hey, these are just kids dressed up as monsters, but guess what's underneath? Something that's the same face as the mask, and that's scary, right? So pros of the reveal, neither your reader or viewer or the character understands the situation until it's too late. Cons, you can strain suspension of disbelief if you don't handle it correctly. And then you have to think about people going, well, if I was in that situation, I would have noticed what's going on, or I would have done this, I would have done that, etc. That kind of Monday morning quarterbacking your characters. So those are just kind of risks to watch out for with the reveal. A couple examples of this from both like books and movies. There are a few different common builds for the reveal. There's the imposter, so the monster is in disguise. There's the infection, the monster is taking over the host. And there's finally the Schrodinger. Is it a monster or is it not a monster, right? And so if you guys have not read these books, I highly recommend them. So Video Night by Adam Caesar. So essentially that's about aliens invading a small Long Island town and some horror nerds having to fight them. So it's a really fun story, but the aliens are essentially taking over people's bodies. You have desperation. So we have Kali and Trajan right here, who's been essentially taken over by the force at the bottom of the mine shaft, right? And so he's exhibiting these gross physical symptoms of being filled with this malevolent force. And then you have the Schrodinger. So in Max Booth III's Carnivorous Lunar Activities, it's about a guy who his friend calls him and asks him to come over. He needs some help. So he comes over and his friend tells him that he's a werewolf. Right. And so the first half of the book is just this conversation between the two. And the Schrodinger part is basically, we're not sure as readers, and the character isn't sure whether this guy is telling the truth when he says that he's a werewolf. Is he crazy or is he actually a monster? We don't know. So those are a couple different ways that you can use the reveal. So in conclusion, many stories are going to combine different elements of these approaches. If you think about the opening of Stephen King's It, for example, which I'm assuming most people here have probably seen, you have Georgie chasing the boat down the street, and then we see just the nose in the sewers, right? So that's the glimpse. And then Georgie loses an arm. It's ripped clean off of him. That's the demonstration of power. So that's just one way that you kind of apply these concepts in real life. All right, so that was my lecture on how to make a monster. I got some shameless plugs for you. First, once again, my all my social media is at the Brian Asman, or you can go to brianasmanbooks.com. If you do have questions or comments or want to yell at me and tell me I'm full of shit, please do. My email address is right there if you want to hit me up. And finally, some shameless plugs. So I've got 3 novellas out. The first one's called I'm Not Even Supposed to Be Here Today. That's from Eraserhead Press. And essentially it's kind of like Ghostbusters meets Clerks. It's essentially a demon accidentally gets summoned at a convenience store, and because he plays by Ghostbusters rules, he comes out looking like a certain very famous filmmaker from New Jersey. So that's kind of a horror comedy. Then we have Nunchuck City. That's my newest one. It's a really bizarre action comedy, kind of in the tradition of stuff like Kung Fu Hustle. So it's pretty wild. You should definitely check it out. And then we have Jailbroke, which is a sci-fi horror adventure. It's kind of part slasher set on a spaceship. So again, these are all available on Amazon, Bookshop, Barnes and Noble. You can order them through Target, big bookstores like Powell's, or you can go to my website. I have a merch store and I sell signed copies, and I do give some discounts if you buy a couple books at once. So anyway, thanks again for listening to me talk about how to make a monster. I hope you guys have an amazing Evil Expo, and come find me on the web. Check you later.
Let's try that without my mic muted. I'd like to thank everybody for checking out Evil Expo online. Hope a lot of you were able to be there in person. I wasn't, but there's always next year. So I hope you enjoyed yourself. Please share the videos, comment on them, be active on the Facebook group, and we'll see you all soon. On behalf of everybody from Jeff Mack Events, we love you, we miss you, and we appreciate you. Be well, and have a great day.